Dobrý deň, vážené dámy, vážení páni, zástupcovia a zástupkyne samospráv a štátnej správy, mnohí kolegovia a kolegyne z univerzít, mimovládnych organizácií, niekoľkí zástupcovia médií. Takisto vítam medzi nami niektorých z radov cudzincov a cudziniek, ktorí žijú na Slovensku, a takisto zahraničných hostí. Volám sa Barbora Mešová, som riaditeľka Ligy za ľudské práva a vítam vás na dnešnej záverečnej online konferencii k projektu KapaCITY. Spolu s priateľkami a kolegyňami, odborníčkami v rôznych oblastiach z mimovládnych organizácií, ktoré sa venujú dlhodobo témam migrácia a integrácie cudzincov na Slovensku, sme sa rozhodli, že by bolo dobré spojiť naše expertízy dokopy, a tak sa zrodil projekt KapaCITY. Už samotný názov KapaCITY znamená kapacitu, teda budovanie nejakých príležitostí a možností a schopností, zručností. A na druhej strane je to taká hračka aj so slovom city, mesto, samospráva. To nás potom vedie k tomu, že teda základným cieľom alebo motom konferencie KapaCITY bola podpora samospráv pri miestnej integrácii cudzincov. Takže sme sa spojili s odborníčkami z Centra pre výskum etnicity a kultúry, z nadácie Milana Šimečku, z občianskeho združenia Marginál a oslovili sme samosprávy. Zapojili sme samosprávy z hlavného mesta Bratislava, z mesta Trnava, z mesta Banská Bystrica a takisto z Košického samosprávneho kraja, a neposledným partnerom v rade bola Únia miest Slovenska, ktorá reprezentovala aj ďalšie samosprávy na Slovensku. Vďaka tomu, že tento projekt bol podporený Ministerstvom vnútra a Európskou úniou z prostriedkov Fondu Azyl, migrácia a integrácia z fondov pre oblasť vnútorných vonkajších hraníc, tak sa nám podarilo realizovať projekt, ktorý priniesol rôzne výstupy práve pri dosahovaní cieľov projektu. Snažili sme sa pomáhať samosprávam, zvyšovať tie ich kapacity práve v oblasti venovania sa téme migrácie, integrácie, ako komunikovať o tejto téme s cudzincami, ale aj o cudzincoch, ako poskytovať služby cudzincom. A dnes sa budeme rozprávať o tom, čo sa podarilo, ale možno aj o tom, čo sa nepodarilo a aké bariéry ešte stále bránia samosprávam, aby sa naplno venovali tejto téme. Začali sme v roku 2018, v januári, odtedy ubehli 3 roky a 3 mesiace, 2 mesiace. V marci 2021 budeme s projektom končiť, preto sme sa rozhodli usporiadať túto záverečnú konferenciu, aby sme mohli pozdieľať to, čo sa podarilo a to, čo nás ešte ako výzvy čaká v budúcnosti. Prečo sme sa rozhodli tomuto projektu venovať a tejto téme, je, že teda počet cudzincov v našich mestách narastá. Už nie sme len tranzitnou krajinou, ale pre mnohých cudzincov sme cieľovou krajinou. Pred 150 000 cudzincov, ktorí žijú na Slovensku ku koncu roku 2020. Čím lepšie sa žije nám spoločne, tým je to priaznivejšie pre celú spoločnosť. Zároveň cudzinci a migrácia predstavujú dôležitý rozvojový element. Prichádzajú aj ako pracovníci práve v tých oblastiach, v ktorých nemáme dostatok pracovnej sily, ako je zdravotníctvo, opatrovateľské služby, ale napríklad aj IT sektor. V neposlednom rade je veľmi dôležité vo vzťahu k samosprávam, že za obyvateľov samospráv sa považujú všetci, ktorí v tej samospráve žijú. Často sa hovorí teda o tom trvalom pobyte, ale v skutočnosti všetci, ktorí v danom meste žijú, tvoria to mesto a celkovo teda sa podieľajú na výkone samosprávy. Takže sme sa rozhodli usporiadať online konferenciu, online práve preto, aby sme v dnešnej dobe sa mohli priblížiť aj teda k viacerým vám, keďže by teda nebolo možné cestovať. Ale veľmi sme radi, že takýmto spôsobom možno vieme na jednom mieste v online priestore zhromaždiť vás aj oveľa viacej. Takže cieľom, alebo konferencia je venovaná hlavne zástupcom a zástupkyniam samospráv, ale aj všetkým, ktorí môžu prispievať k tomuto procesu miestnej integrácie cudzincov. Veríme, že sa podarí inšpirovať aj rôzne samosprávy medzi sebou navzájom. Konferencia bude prebiehať 2 dni. Dnešný prvý deň sa budeme venovať miestnym politikám, príprave zamestnancov samospráv, aby mohli pracovať s cudzincami a participácii cudzincov na tvorbe týchto politík. Zajtra budú bližšie témy komunikácia s verejnosťou, poskytovanie informácií cudzincom a napokon sa dotkneme aj odporúčaní, ktoré hovoria o tom, ako je potrebné možno ešte vylepšiť niektoré podmienky pre samosprávy, aby sa mohli naplno venovať aj tejto problematike. Každý panel, keď si pozriete program, sa skladá z toho, že má nejakú úvodnú reč, potom tam bude panel prezentácií a moderovanej diskusie, zahraničný príklad a potom teda bude diskusia. Ako ste si určite už všimli vo vašich inštrukciách, ktoré ste dostali e-mailom, môžete klásť otázky. Prosíme vás, aby ste nám adresovali otázky prostredníctvom aplikácie Slido s hashtagom KapaCITY, čiže KapaCITY. Takisto pre tých, pre ktorých je to dôležité, prezentácie budú prebiehať v slovenčine alebo češtine. Tie, ktoré budú prebiehať v angličtine, budú tlmočené do slovenského jazyka. Zase pre tých, ktorí nasledujete v angličtine, tak máte zabezpečené simultánne tlmočenie do angličtiny. Ak by ste mali problémy so zvukom, s obrazom alebo s tlmočením alebo nejaké iné technické problémy, prosím vás, obráťte sa na technika. V inštruktážnom e-maili ste dostali kontaktné údaje. Okrem toho sme naživo aj na Facebookoch všetkých partnerských organizácií, takže je možné živý stream z tejto konferencie sledovať aj tam. Napokon by som teda chcela povedať, že som veľmi rada, že sme sa mohli v projekte dostať až tak ďaleko, ako je dnešný deň, ktorý je vlastne vyvrcholením množstva činností, stretnutí, diskusí, rôznych výstupov. Takže je to také trošku veľké také aj nadšenie pre nás. A aby som teda povedala, že verím, že projekt bol slušným príspevkom k tomu, aby sme načali túto tému. Teraz by som teda ale rada odovzdala slova našim partnerom zo zapojených samospráv, ktorí nám povedia zo pár slov a bude teda hovoriť primátor hlavného mesta, pán Matúš Valo, zástupca primátora Noska z Banskej Bystrice, pán Milan Lichý, prvá zástupkyňa primátora Bročku v Trnave, pani Eva Nemčovská, vedúci odboru regionálneho rozvoju Košického samosprávneho kraja, ktorý vystupí za predsedu Rastislava Trnku, pán Matej Ovčiarka a napokon, nie v poslednom rade, pani Jana Červeňáková, ktorá je riaditeľkou Únie miest Slovenska.
Dobrý deň, hlási sa Banská Bystrica. Srdečne pozdravujem záverečnú konferenciu projektu KapaCITY, ktorý sa zaoberal integráciou cudzincov na lokálnej úrovni. V Banskej Bystrici to máme jasné. Keď v roku 1255 Belo IV. Udelil mešťanské práva nemeckým osadníkom, Waldbürgerom, nazval ich Hospites Nostrum, naši hostia. Ale v tom slove je zakodované v latinčine aj spájanie. Čiže integrácia je o spájaní a ja prajem konferencii, aby bola úspešná, aby sme sa stretli pri spájaní nových obyvateľov Slovenska, novobystričanov, nových obyvateľov našich miest a aby sme spolu s nimi niečo urobili v prospech našej spoločnosti. Tak, aby tu boli doma. Srdečne vás zdravím z Banskej Bystrice.
Trnava je krajské mesto a najmä mesto otvorené pre život ľudí z rôznych kútov sveta. Snažíme sa, aby v nej spokojne nažívali všetci jej obyvatelia, či už sa v nej narodili alebo pricestovali zblízka alebo zďaleka. Je dôležité, aby sme ľuďom z iných krajín, ktorí si za svoj nový domov vybrali práve Trnavu, uľahčili ich integráciu a vytvorili im lepšie podmienky na slušný a dôstojný život. S tým ide samozrejme ruka v ruke aj vnímanie ľudí z iných kultúr zo strany majoritnej spoločnosti. Neznáme sa totiž môže javiť ako neistota či hrozba a ten, kto sa bojí, nevníma okolnosti vecne a otvorene. Jednou z našich najdôležitejších úloh je teda zoznamovať verejnosť s novými situáciami, vysvetľovať, prepájať ponúkať osobné pozitívne skúsenosti a meniť tak neznáme na známe, ba dokonca aj obohacujúce. Je pred nami ešte dlhá cesta, ale vďaka projektom, ako napríklad aj KapaCITY, sme na ňu už vykročili. Tému migrácie treba riešiť profesionálne, s víziou, s dátami a poznaním toho, koho oslovujeme. Nevyhnutné sú aj dostatočné personálne kapacity. Ak budeme tejto téme venovať dostatočnú pozornosť, prinesie to benefity celej spoločnosti.
Dobrý deň, moje meno je Matej Ovčiarka, som vedúci odboru regionálneho rozvoja Košického samosprávneho kraja. A dovolte, aby som vás pozdravil v mene aj pána predsedu Košického samosprávneho kraja Rastislava Trnku ako účastníkov záverečnej konferencie projektu KapaCITY. Chcel som sa úvodom veľmi pekne poďakovať za občiansku iniciatívu, ktorá tento projekt zabezpečila a umožnila aj Košickému samosprávnemu kraju, aby na tomto projekte participoval. Pre Košický samosprávny kraj je to veľmi hodnotný poznatok, že od 2018 máme šancu sa zoznamovať s datami a s informáciami, ktoré sú nám potrebné a užitočné v rámci prípravy nových projektov, stratégií a programov, ktoré máme v zodpovednosti na našom odbore regionálneho rozvoja. Ešte raz by som chcel veľmi pekne vám zaželať všetkým, aby ste našli odpovede na otázky, ktoré ste si vytýčili v pozvánke na túto záverečnú konferenciu a do budúcnosti vám prajem hlavne veľa zdravia a úspechov. Ďakujem.
Bratislava má tradíciu mesta na hranici. Mesta, v ktorom sa po stáročia prelinali rôzne kultúry, národnosti a jazyky. Idea multikultúrnej Bratislavy je už za nami, ale myslím si, že táto charakteristika stále mesto a jeho obyvateľov inšpiruje a môže byť základom aj pre novú identitu Bratislavy v 21. storočí. Je môjim cieľom vrátiť Bratislave jej kozmopolitný charakter a identitu postavenú na rozmanitosti. Ako primátor hlavného mesta Slovenskej republiky Bratislavy som nastupoval do funkcie s jasnou víziou. Urobiť Bratislavu otvoreným, tolerantným a priateľským mestom voči všetkým bez rozdielu, ktorí v ňom žijú, pracujú, prispievajú k jeho rozvoju. Budem sa snažiť, aby Bratislava bola hlavným mestom pre všetkých jej obyvateľov, pre rodených Bratislavčanov, Slovákov z rôznych kútov Slovenska, ale i prisťahovalcov zo zahraničia. Preto som veľmi rád, že hlavné mesto podniklo prvé kroky k naplneniu tohto cieľa a aktívne komunikuje s organizáciami občianskej spoločnosti, ktoré sa venujú téme integrácie cudzincov na území Slovenska. Ďakujem vám, robíte mimoriadnu prácu a projekt KapaCITY je v tejto oblasti prelomovým projektom. Som hrdý, že sme boli jeho súčasťou. Veľa sme sa naučili, tým projektom sme naštartovali tému integrácie cudzincov v samospráve a máme aj ambíciu ďalej pokračovať v naštartovaných vzdelávacích a komunikačných aktivitách, či v tvorbe rôznych materiálov, ktoré príslušníkom tretích krajín prinesú konečne prehľadné informácie pre ľahké zorientovanie sa v samospráve. Uvedomujem si, že v tejto oblasti máme ešte čo doháňať a verím, že aj prvé malé kroky, ako napríklad preklad informácií a web stránky k opatreniam počas aktuálnej pandemickej situácie, či preklad zoznamu odberných miest sú dôkazom, že sme tu pre všetkých obyvateľov a obyvateľky hlavného mesta. Na záver by som chcel pozdraviť všetkých účastníkov záverečnej konferencie KapaCITY. Želám, aby výsledky tohto projektu pretrvali a aby boli veľkou inšpiráciou aj pre iné samosprávy. Rovnako si želám, aby sme všetci, nielen v Bratislave, verili a uvedomili si bohatstvo rozmanitosti, ktorú nám príslušníci cudzích štátov prinášajú, aby sme ho naozaj začali využívať.
Slovensko v minulosti mimoriadne ovplyvnili cudzinci, ktorí k nám prichádzali z rôznych krajín a priniesli do tejto krajiny rôzne kultúry a rôzne vymoženosti a výrazným spôsobom prispeli k rozvoju mestskej kultúry. V 21. storočí sa veľa vecí zmenilo, ale znovu sme v situácii, keď sa premiešavajú národy a naozaj tá migrácia je veľkým príspevkom pre rozvoj aj kultúry, aj zmien, aj technológií v krajinách. Tak ako naši obyvatelia odchádzajú do cudziny a prinášajú tam naše poznatky a naše skúsenosti, tak prichádzajú k nám študenti, pracovníci, vedeckí pracovníci, zamestnanci, kadekto. Títo ľudia niekde žijú majú svoju kultúru, majú svoje potreby a mestá sa budú musieť v nejakej dobe tomuto trendu prispôsobiť. Táto doba ukázala, že sociálny vplyv zmien na život v mestách je obrovský. V tejto chvíli je ťažko povedať, kde sa vývoj zastaví a čo nám priniesie, ale v každom prípade je to doba, ktorá veľmi ľudí citlivala, vyžaduje si oveľa viac súcitu, vyžaduje si oveľa viac pochopenia toho, čo sa deje nielen u nás, ale aj vo svete. A nikdy nevieme, či my sami raz takú pomoc potrebovať nebudeme. Tento vývoj sa zastaviť nedá a je lepšie byť proaktívny ako reaktívny, keď nastanú problémy a myslím si, že tá doba nastala. Mestá preukázali svoju životaschopnosť, vytvorili pre obyvateľov tú primárnu záchrannú sieť v tejto zložitej situácii, rovnako ako tomu bolo v minulosti. A ja si myslím, že sú pripravení predstavitelia miest aj samosprávy zvládať ďalšie výzvy, ktoré pred nimi 21. storočie prinesie. Je potrebné mestám vytvoriť preto podmienky finančné, aby mestské rozpočty pozitívne pocítili aj to, že v nich žijú cudzinci, aby mali vytvorené samosprávy všetky podmienky preto, aby mohli tieto iné kultúry v tých mestách prijať a vytvoriť im naozaj dobré podmienky pre zaradenie do života. Verím, že tento projekt je jeden z nástrojov, ktorý toto tým mestám ukáže a že tá skúsenosť bude prospešná pre obidve strany.
Ďakujeme pekne za tieto slova.
Thank you very much for your kind words.
Ďakujeme veľmi pekne za tieto slova, za posolstva.
Thank you very much for your kind words and for your message from the involved municipalities and the Union of Cities in Slovakia. We believe that we will fulfill these words. Now we move on in our agenda. So Elena Galova-Kriglerová will continue from the Center for Research of Ethnicity and Culture. Research is their focus, so they always take the research and detailed research into consideration. And in the KapaCITY project, we also started with research. Now it's 2021, and Elena will tell you something more about foreigners and their integration today, so the current situation and their research. Thank you very much, Basha. As you said, our organization is a research center, research institution, and every project we are covering, we are trying to build on data, on a good, proper knowledge of the situation, and to listen to all the stakeholders of the local policies. In 2018, we made a qualitative, we conducted a qualitative research, and in 2020 we also did research focused on integration of foreigners from many perspectives. So we are trying to build a compilation of the perception of foreigners. The research was divided into three parts. The first part dealt with the mapping of the situation at the local level. The second stage of the research, the attitudes of other population were mapped, and the third stage, which will follow in the upcoming months and weeks, we will talk to the foreigners about how they perceive the situation in Slovakia. But today I prepared a presentation of the first stage of our research focused on the municipality level. So please, you can turn. Okay, as you know, the coronavirus pandemic started in March 2020, and this was the time when we started conducting our research. So it was really difficult at the beginning, and despite this fact, I think we were able to collect many useful data which tell us more about the situation of foreigners and their integration. So next slide, please. Okay, so when you look at this chart, the number of foreigners in Slovakia is significantly increasing. On this chart, you can see that in 2010 in Slovakia there were only about 60,000 foreigners, and in 2020, at the end of the year, we have more than 150,000 foreigners. The green and yellow line shows the third country nationals and EU nationals. When in the past, there were more people from the third country, but more from EU countries, but now there are more and more people from third countries. We are not talking only about Africa or Asian countries, but these can be the USA and Canada as well. So all the countries outside of the European Union. How our research was conducted. As I mentioned earlier, it was a really difficult time in April 2020, and we prepared a questionnaire, a survey for all regional cities in Slovakia, and they were sent our questionnaires from many fields. We've received 55 filled out questionnaires considering the current situation or the situation in that time. We think that's a really a huge success. And in summer, when the situation improved a little, we conducted almost 60 qualitative interviews with many stakeholders at local level, which focused on more detailed information on the integration of foreigners. And these interviews were conducted in all regional cities, and the results are as follows. 61% of municipalities which sent their questionnaires have an overview of how many people or how many foreigners live in their city. And what we also realized in our qualitative research, the more detailed information on the composition of the foreigners, where they come from and how they are doing in the cities, they do not have such information. So we have the basic data. The municipalities are aware of them, but they do not work with the data. The municipalities also know where this data can be found. They know that from the immigration police provide such information and other institutions as well, but they do not work with the data on a regular basis, and they do not evaluate the data. And this means they do not use it as a source for policy making. We know that in Slovakia, demographical crisis is very strong, is very present in Slovakia. And when it comes to analyzing the policies of particular cities, we can see that the migration, that the municipalities do not count on the migration and on these changes. And this is also reflected. This is also reflected in foreigners being invisible in local policy. This means that the municipalities which were contacted and which provided the filled out questionnaires, very few of them have created a strategy for integration because they do not consider this topic important. And what we also have to say is, and it's also thanks to the KapaCITY and other projects which NGOs work on, and this is their contribution to the municipalities who start to focus on this subject matter. Those are the municipalities cooperating with NGOs or citizen initiatives. So even if there are some strategies, development strategies created, foreigners are not included as a target group. When we talked to municipalities, they told us they are not perceived as a target group because foreigners in cities are not a problem. And we think this is very unfortunate because municipalities often have to deal with vulnerable groups when the situation is at its worst. And we think that the successful municipalities at the integration are those municipalities who are preparing in long term, and they do not only wait. Also, foreigners are very often perceived as general population or general public. So that means the approach of municipalities is that they are equal citizens, but they forget or they do not realize the specific needs and the legal status or cultural specifics of the foreigners, and they do not realize that there are some characteristics in terms of legislation and in other areas as well, which make the situation for the foreigners more complicated at local level. The municipalities are not well informed on the legislation and the providing of social services at local level, and this creates many barriers. And these barriers are related to information, which also Mayor Vallo mentioned. So they would like to improve the situation. The municipality employees do not know how to communicate with foreigners, how to gather information on their needs, and how to communicate with the public in general. And the communication is, as I said, the foreigners are not considered a problem. That's why policies are not targeted at these at the foreigners, and this also is reflected in the communication. When there is a problem, the municipality reacts, but they are not proactive in communication with the communication to foreigners. The reason behind is the municipalities have concerns of negative reactions from the public, and they do not have communication strategies at their disposal which would deal with this topic. This will be even more intensified in the future because we can assume that the number of foreigners will grow in municipalities, and all these barriers were covered or were discussed within the last 3 years at the KapaCITY project, and we will also talk about how we succeeded in communicating with the municipalities and eliminating these barriers.
Predtým, než sa pustíme už do toho prvého panelu, v ktorom budeme rozprávať o tom zviditeľňovaní cudzincov ako cieľovej skupiny v tých miestnych politikách, tak ešte vám moja kolegyňa Michaela Dojčinovičová, ktorá je ale teda nie je tu na štúdiu, poskytne taký stručný prehľad o výstupoch projektu KapaCITY. Samozrejme, bude sa im venovať len veľmi stručne. V podrobnostiach sa totiž k tým výstupom jednotlivým dostaneme počas panelov rôznych, počas dnešného aj toho zajtrajšieho dňa. A takisto pripravujeme pre vás takú záverečnú tlačovú publikáciu, v ktorej mnohé tieto výstupy budú prezentované. Takže nech sa páči, odovzdávam slovo Miške do Košíc.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Verím, že ma je počuť. Ja si teraz zazdieľam prezentáciu. Dobre, takže ďakujem ešte raz veľmi pekne za slovo. Kým prejdem k tým hlavným výstupom projektu KapaCITY, tak by som najprv uviedla, že vychádzali z takých 5 hlavných projektových aktivít, ktoré sme si v príprave projektu KapaCITY stanovili. Prvým z nich bola tvorba existujúcich, respektíve revízia lokálnych stratégií v otázke migrácie a integrácie, čo úzko súvisí s tým, o čom pred chvíľou hovorila Elena. Druhou veľkou aktivitou projektu boli vzdelávacie aktivity pre pracovníkov samosprávy, ďalej to bol rozvoj komunikačných zručností samospráv v otázke migrácie a integrácie, takisto sieťovanie relevantných aktérov v tejto téme a v neposlednom rade vytvorenie informačných materiálov pre samosprávy. Takže, ako som už povedala, v prvej téme, v prvej aktivite sme sa venovali stratégiám na lokálnej úrovni, kde sme na začiatku projektu realizovali podrobný výskum v zapojených samosprávach, ktorého výsledkom boli zistenia a odporúčania, ktoré boli následne komunikované zapojeným samosprávam na koordinačných stretnutiach, kde sme si teda spolu so samosprávami určili aj priority každej samosprávy a diskutovali o tom, akými aktivitami sa vieme pokúsiť realizovať tieto priority v praxi. Takisto sme pre každú zapojenú samosprávu pripravili samostatnú výskumnú správu. Centrum pre výskum etnicity a kultúry pripravilo príručku pre tvorbu integračných stratégií na lokálnej.
We also prepared a strategy document for our partner, and our partner Marginal also dealt with other materials to providers of social services. We dealt with barriers we have to face, or foreigners have to face, when they want to access these kind of services. Like it was mentioned by Elena, we also talked about the composition of foreigners. We did not only discuss about the number of foreigners living in our municipalities, but we discussed also about the type of residence permits they have. So, in this sense, we drafted a set of recommendations for our municipalities so they know how to use it, how to share such information. How we were successful in this kind of activities, we will discuss in the upcoming panel. The second big topic were educational and training activities for employees of municipalities, where we carried out 7 intercultural trainings aimed at the introduction of the integration of foreigners, of cultural differences, etc. And the target group were teachers at kindergarten and primary schools. Then we carried out several social and legal trainings where we covered the rights and obligations of foreigners resulting from these kinds of residences, and we also dealt with social issues. We also covered the sustainable education of workers of our municipalities once this project is over. And for this purpose, we created web page, KapaCITY.sk, and we created also a guide of good practice from abroad. And our goal was to study good practice from abroad. And to this end, in January 2019, we visited the Czech Republic, and we went to Prague and also to Brno. And the result of this cooperation with Prague and Brno was that during this conference, we have several speakers from the Czech Republic who will present their findings. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we were not able to organize more trips abroad, but our partners also were able to cope with this difficult situation, and the Milan Šinečka Foundation prepared a summary of good practice in Slovak, and also a summary of good practice in Slovakia, and the guide of good practice from abroad. These materials will be included within the final materials of the project KapaCITY. And as I have already said, during the panel on how to prepare municipalities employees to the phenomenon of integration will be dealt with. Then we also dealt with the topic of the development of communication skills in municipalities in the field of integration. We carried out 4 communication trainings. 3 of them were performed in cooperation with the agency Europea. And we covered the role of the mass media in Slovakia, on how they inform about the integration of foreigners in Slovakia. And we also presented some examples of good practice in this field. And we wanted to train municipalities on how to communicate this topic on the social media. Then we published a series of articles about foreigners living in Slovakia. This series of articles can be found on the social media or on the internet website of the Human Rights League. And as to the communication with the public, we will discuss it tomorrow. And we will also discuss the communication trainings and the communication material, communication manual on how to communicate with foreigners at local level. It will be presented by Ms. Dobrucka. Next activity was the networking of relevant stakeholders. We based our findings on the motto that foreigners do not know municipalities and municipalities do not know foreigners living on their territory. So that's why we decided to organize meetings and workshops in order to create networking between municipalities and foreigners. We tried to create platforms for foreigners, and we used the role of cultural mediators. Such mediators gave us their feedback on our activities. So I think you will have the possibility to listen to their testimonies tomorrow from 11:30 when they will present their activities. They covered during the duration of the project KapaCITY. We organized 40 meetings with more than 500 participants among foreigners, municipalities, representatives, and the population and the population and general population. We also tried to contact the central state authorities because we wanted to draft for them materials in order to improve their policies. And we also had another activity, which was participation in the consultation procedure before adopting laws related to the topic of foreigners in the Slovak Republic. And also we drafted recommendations for state authorities, and I think it will be covered by Barbara at the end of our conference tomorrow. And last but not least, I would like to finish by stating that we created and drafted information leaflets and booklets for foreigners. We based our knowledge, our experience on the fact that foreigners do not know much about our municipalities. So we specialized on the types of residence that are being granted to foreigners in Slovakia, but we also specialized on how municipalities can help foreigners in Slovakia. We also created a specialized webpage called KapaCITY.sk. We also drafted a newsletters with updated information covering the pandemic situation and measures related to coronavirus. And we also wanted to give more information to foreigners to explain them why it is important to connect them with municipalities, but it will be covered tomorrow. So thank you very much for your attention. And I wish you all a fruitful meeting today. Thanks.
It's not working. Okay, so now I would like to open the panel on local policies and foreigners in our municipalities and regions. Are they visible? Are the municipalities aware of their existence, or are the integration policies adopted individually, or are they targeted at the specific needs of this target group. We try to cover these questions as well. So the last year was difficult for us and for our work, also due to the pandemic and all the restrictions. Of course, it was they have the creation of strategies and policies was slower. Some of them were slower, so some of them were stopped. This is what our panelists will tell us. What's the status in the involved municipalities? But since we have a great partners as the Center for Research of Ethnicity and Culture, this in order to reflect our activity in something sustainable for the future, also from the perspective of other municipalities or municipalities involved, they created a guideline which was already mentioned today. So it's a guideline which helps the municipalities to make this group visible in their policies. So at the beginning of this panel, I would like to give the floor to Alena Kujikova from the Center for Research of Ethnicity and Culture, who will talk about the advantages and disadvantages of several models. Thank you for the floor. As my colleague mentioned, I will try to give you more information on approaches, how to reflect the target group of foreigners in policies at local level. Please, could you switch on the presentation? Thank you. One of our tasks of the within the KapaCITY project was to help the involved municipalities with creating individual integration strategies or create mainstreaming or mainstream policies which the municipalities create. Unfortunately, this activity should have been done in 2020, but creation of policies at local level was postponed because the municipalities had different problems they had to face related to a pandemic. So these were delayed by a few months and we were not able to participate. Now, at the end of the project, we had the chance to work on this, but in the time being when these problems were existing, we decided to draft a material available not only to the involved municipalities, but also to other municipalities and stakeholders who are interested in reflecting the increasing number of foreigners in their cities, and they would like to include their needs in the policies. And therefore, we've created a guideline for creating for policy making related to integration policies. But why is it important to create policies to facilitate the integration? Cities are more and more diverse. We really cannot say anymore that it doesn't affect us. The number of participants, the number of foreigners is creating the myth of Slovakia being a transient country is no longer valid. Slovakia is home for 150,000 foreigners who decided to live for various reasons to live in Slovakia, and migration is also related to demographical changes. So it's a natural process which we will have to face in the future as well, and this growing diversity has to be implemented in the policies or the development of policies at local level as well. Foreigners are also part of the general population. They are, as soon as they move into the city, they become a citizen, and they are more or less, or these are in majority the permanent residents, but also foreigners with a temporary residence, because the competence of municipalities are related not only to to people depending on their residence status, but to all people living on their territory. So the foreigners, when compared to the general population, have specific needs, which are caused by, well, at the beginning, they do not have the necessary language skills. They have problems with accessibility or access to information, and they have various types of residence status. They have also some duties and obligations in relation to municipalities. Cultural differences are also affecting this area, and we have to learn how to work with these differences. Why should we focus on the need of diverse groups living in our city? Well, because this could lead to cities creating conditions for all the citizens to have a quality life. It helps us create social cohesion. It helps us to build a sense of belonging and local identity. The foreigners are also becoming a group whose needs have to be addressed as well. Well, as I've mentioned, in 2020 we drafted this guideline, which should well, it's not a new manual. These are not instructions, but it's more or less a roadmap, which what to follow and what to focus on when city decides to create an individual strategy, or to implement it into another policy which is being created. So we try to. We didn't want to have the specific measures stipulated in this outline, because every city is different. The composition of foreigners is different. So therefore, we focused on the process itself. What we should keep in mind, what data we need, who are the stakeholders, the involved parties in the policy making, and how we should communicate this topic. And last but not least, how to evaluate and monitor the progress of the policy. So this guideline consists of more chapters. This slide includes only a few of them. More detailed information can be found in the guideline to be found on our website. But now I would like to attract your attention to the dilemma.
A to je otázka, či vytvoriť samostatnú integračnú stratégiu.
It's better to create an individual integration strategy, or to choose integration mainstreaming. So that means implementing integrating the strategy into more general policies created at local level by the municipalities. Both of these approaches have advantages and disadvantages. So it's upon consideration of the municipality what conditions they have in their cities. So the individual integration strategy, I think I should underscore that this approach is a really important signal that the city is aware of the importance of the subject matter. It also says that the foreigners are an important group of the population, and that they recognize their cultural diversity, and they also want to address their needs, which are specific when compared to the majority. Such attitude allows us to map the situation, considering integration in municipalities, identify barriers, and also involve more stakeholders who can make a great contribution to define individual actions. When a city adopts an individual document, updates are more regular because the situation can vary or can change in the course of time, and the approach of the municipality requires modifications. Now, if we choose an individual document, it's easier to update the actions. But the disadvantage is that such attitude requires a strong political will, and this could be a problem because migration is still a topic which is more or less considered controversial, and such attitude also requires sufficient capacities in the municipality. Furthermore, when it's individual document, it's harder to connect it to other documents, but these documents tend to comply. So this means they have to follow up on each other. On the other hand, if the municipality decides to choose the mainstreaming, the integration mainstreaming, there are again two approaches. Even though I'm not sure whether it's integration, the second one is a integration mainstreaming itself, but the municipality can decide to include foreigners as specific target group in the mainstream policies, which is fine because the needs of foreigners' needs are considered needs of the community, so it's a more inclusive, and it is also easier to connect the measures to other documents and priorities, and the municipality is also sending a signal that the municipality considers them equal, and they recognizes their needs, so the needs cannot get lost in the documents. What could happen in the next scenario when the foreigners are considered general population? As Elena has already mentioned, this is a common approach. The foreigners are considered equal citizens, and it is assumed that all measures and action have the same impact on the foreigners as on other people, and the specific situation they have is not recognized. They can easily get lost in the general measures because the measures or the actions are not drafted in a sensitive manner, because the foreigners can have many barriers. These can be language barriers or related to their residence status on cultural differences. So the time is almost up. You can find the 10 commandments for the policy making in our guideline. This is just a brief summary of the principles the municipalities should follow when it comes to creating integration policy. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alenka, for the brief introduction. By your side, you are still online. We have the first panel, and we deal with the integration of foreigners. Now, we will start the next panel, in which the municipalities that participated in our project will show their results. We can discuss various models that were already mentioned by Alenka. So we can also say what's the kind of situation we are facing right now. Do we have to carry on with activities? Because we know that foreigners already form part of the general public, and they can be beneficial to us. So during this panel, we will hear the presentations by the representatives of the Košice Autonomous Region. We will listen again to the Deputy Mayor of Banská Bystrica, Mr. Milan Lichy, who is a liaison officer of our project in Banská Bystrica, and together with Iveta Kružliaková, who is the head of the Social Affairs Department in Banská Bystrica. They are going to talk to us about their role in Banská Bystrica, so that we can get to know more about their work, because Mr. Lichy has already mentioned that foreigners are new inhabitants in Banská Bystrica. So I would like to give the floor to Mr. Lichy, to Banská Bystrica. So I would like to ask Mr. Lichy to share with us the news, what's new in Banská Bystrica. Thank you very much, Barbara. I hope you can hear me. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If I was entrusted with the task of talking about the roles and responsibilities of Banská Bystrica as regards the integration of foreigners, I have to say that it depends on the quality of the background materials and on the relationships that exist in the town of Banská Bystrica. So I would like to start my presentation.
No, zatiaľ. Zatiaľ to nejde, aby...
I have some technical difficulties with the presentation. Just a second, please.
Pán Lichy, v strede toho panelu máte...
Mr. Lichy, you can find the button share screen. Just if I may ask you to push the button and then you can share your presentation.
Dobre, zatiaľ to nie je v poriadku.
It's currently not working.
Pán Lichy, a stlačili ste to tlačítko share screen?
Áno.
V rámci Zoom.
If I may ask you to push the button share screen, what happened?
Tam je ešte jedna taká vec, že musíte stlačiť aj modré tlačítko potom, keď si vyberiete váš PowerPoint napríklad, že share. Takže skúste to tak.
Skúšam. Zatiaľ sa to nedarí. Poprosím, ak je možné zapnúť niekoho iného, ja to zatiaľ nejako technicky vyrieším. Tak ak je to možné.
Dobre, tak. Dobre, takže sa budeme venovať teda zatiaľ Bratislave.
Meanwhile, we will deal with the case of Bratislava. Banská Bystrica will wait. We will still have enough time to hear their presentation. As regards the capital city of Bratislava, we heard the testimony of our mayor, Mr. Valo. I think his introduction was quite interesting because building a city or the vision of a city, like it was mentioned by Mr. Valo, I think it has to include foreigners who contribute to the development of Bratislava and who live in Bratislava. Until the 15th of February, we could see the campaign that Bratislava also counts because the number of inhabitants inhabitants of Bratislava who reside here or live here also include many foreigners. And now I can say that you can sign up online. You can sign up for the webpage, which is called ščítanie.sk. That means municipal census or general census of Slovakia. And I would like to promote this webpage because anyone residing in Bratislava can sign up for this page and can fill up a questionnaire. And now I would like to give the floor to the next speaker from the Social Affairs Department, from the Mayor's Office of Bratislava, who will discuss about the creation and about the provision of social services in the capital city of Slovakia, Bratislava, because they are dealing with a lot of different kinds of target groups. So she will present us the target groups in Bratislava. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much. I will have the following presentation. I hope that I will not face any technical difficulties during my presentation. I would like to talk about the topic of foreigners in a city. Like it was mentioned by the previous speakers, I work in the Social Affairs Department. What I'm in charge of is the implementation of social policies and its connection to other policies. What's important for us is the development and the planification phase of social services. We need to know how to make plans, how to prepare plans, how to focus on this area. But before that, I would like to address some remarks on the topic of foreigners in general. What's crucial here is we need to perceive Bratislava as a city to everyone, where everyone feels welcome. And I think that we need to perceive that people are really feeling integrated here. And therefore, during the campaign, which is called Bratislava Counts as well, it is important to persuade people to register for a municipal census. So I think all the inhabitants, all the residents, all the disabled people, or anyone with different race or coming from different background, everyone contributes to the development of this city. Everyone can be beneficial to others But I have to say that the social affairs department was very affected by this crisis, as well as employment agencies, labor offices, and we also had volunteers at the disposal of our department. We have a colleague who is dealing with finding solutions to foreigners, and she also discusses foreign policies with policymakers. So I have to say that foreigners also help us, they also volunteer, and we also help and assist foreigners to deal with this difficult situation that we face nowadays. But I would like to focus more on what is expected to cover from me. I would like to repeat the statement already presented by our mayor, that we are really happy and fortunate, and we are very delighted that Bratislava could take part of the project KapaCITY, and it was great news for us. And therefore, we need to know on what kind of information we can rely. Almost 8% of the population in Bratislava are foreigners, and the rest come from other parts of Slovakia. We created a framework, like my predecessors said, it is very important not to turn a blind eye to different kinds of realities, to different types of people. That's why we need to know, we need to be aware of the circumstances and realities our foreigners have to face on a daily basis. And that's why it's important to deal with participation, active participation, and within the phase of participation, we have to include vulnerable groups of people as well as foreigners. And I think that they have to show their attitude towards the participation and in the city life. As regards the activities already carried out during the project of KapaCITY in which our town took part, these activities are crucial. I think trainings of our employees are very important. It is important to train and educate people on how to communicate with foreigners, to make our city more available to foreigners. And therefore, I'm very delighted that we already have a welcome package that can be provided to someone who is coming to our city. And I think our system, sometimes the system of districts in Bratislava and the system of neighborhoods in Bratislava and city boroughs is quite confusing, is not quite easy to follow. And for a foreigner who comes to Bratislava who doesn't know the language, it must be a tricky situation to deal with. So during the project KapaCITY, we decided to focus on one activity, which is called newsletter, because we would like to communicate actively with foreigners. And we would like to inform all the inhabitants about crisis situations like the pandemic. And we would like to include the topic of foreigners into the strategic materials drafted by us. We had a meeting with the partners of this project. During this meeting, we focused on how to find the best way on how to integrate the topic of foreigners into the strategic materials of our town. So we covered the activities that will take place in Bratislava. Now we are currently working on the development of social and economic development in Bratislava. This is the requirement to adopt this legal framework, and we are currently working on the creation of a new framework for social services. So we need to know we need to know where to include this topic, the topic of foreigners, the topic of the integration of foreigners. We wouldn't like to perceive this topic, the topic of foreigners, on as something that has to be already included, that has to be included in the strategic materials, but we need to perceive it, we need to consider it as something which is available. We need to, for instance, translate office hours of our office into English. And we have also mentioned the topic of the pandemic, because our policies, it also shaped our policies, and it really affected our daily work. And I don't know when this will end, but as regards our abilities, I think the impact of the pandemic has to be seen in financial terms. And of course, it will have an impact on our budget. That means that we will have to decrease and reduce the number of activities which had been already planned beforehand. So these were our plans, but then the pandemic came, and now we are about to create and develop a new social development plan. I don't know if somebody has made a sign that I have to finish my presentation. I'm not sure if I'm behind the schedule. I have 1 minute more to finish, to sum up my presentation. What's important here, that within the framework of a community plan, we have to set up a working group dealing with minorities and foreigners. Our insight is that it has to be a working group dealing with the topic of social services. So it has to include social services providers and beneficiaries of such services. And as regards this topic, what's more important is to provide, to promote this topic, and we have to promote social development plan, and we would like to include more partner organizations and in this strategic plans. I'm sorry if I was talking too much. Thank you, Miriam.
So thank you, Miriam. So the municipality also learns how to work with the topics. So we are also learning how to moderate discussion and how to solve the technical difficulties. So I believe the participants will be okay with it. So thank you very much again. And the pandemic, which is a really hot topic now. So Bratislava also realized that the foreigners can be beneficial for the situation, because they are healthcare providers or health professionals who can also help to city of Bratislava. So let's get back to the Deputy Mayor Milan Lichy. So you have the floor. So thank you. So I will try to be very short right now. So it's okay, you have about almost 10 minutes. So can you see my screen now? Okay, we can see the presentation too. So the local policies and foreigners in Banská Bystrica, or policies for new citizens of Banská Bystrica. When did it start to change with the local policy? As I also said in my message, when the King Bela IV in 1255 awarded Bystrica, or awarded the Waldberger settlers from Germany the burger rights, and that's when it started. Of course, we had some troubles before the local parliament decided on the division of powers. So how it continued in the multi-ethnical city, as in Trnava, Bratislava, there were people of many beliefs living together, so they were brought together to live together. So that's a little bit of history. So all the nationalities had its own place and role. Slovaks in mines, Germans brought the equipment, the Hungarians, agriculture, and many others. So today we also have more people living in Banská Bystrica who are actors. They're involved in cultural activities, and they live here because they do business, they study here. These are healthcare providers. Important persons of Banská. There are many of important persons in Banská Bystrica. Our Anastasia Kuzminovova, and also the top hockey players and many others, or Mobile Abdul, the doctor who is living in Banská Bystrica as well, and other people who are helping us in schools. We also have John Skelton from the UK, and many other people from Ukraine, from France. So the integration in Banská Bystrica works naturally. So we also have the program of economic and social development for the period from 2015 to 2023, and the vision and strategy of the city. Our program includes actions and visions which altogether fulfill the vision of city of Banská Bystrica, which is for Bystrica to be a place where you want to live. So we should achieve our strategic goal to make the city more attractive for visitors and for investors as well. So the strategic development according to this program should be developed in 3 areas. So the first one is a prosperous city, where we want to achieve more economic growth, and the potential internal, or the potential of our people who are our greatest value. And the second area is the city for people, where we focus on culture, sport, and youth. Our global goal is to create conditions for active participation of citizens in the life of the city. And the third area is a healthy city programs like social development, housing, and healthcare, environment to improve the quality of life for all the citizens. So even if we do not have a specific target group of foreigners, it is integrated in the life of the city, and this program of economic and social development also includes and counts on all the citizens of Banská Bystrica. We also have both kinds of documents. We also have integration of participants in Banská Bystrica, which we adopted in 2015, building capacities on at the level of local municipality in the field of integration policy. So the strategy of Banská Bystrica was created and adopted in 2015 with actions. And these actions are listed on the presentation. I will not read all of them, but all the important activities are listed here, which we adopted. Some of them were already implemented, some of them were not, but we decided to keep working.
Potom ešte Banská Bystrica má
Banská Bystrica has also recently drafted the community plan of social services for 2021 to 2027. Ms. Kružľáková can also tell you all about this, who is the head of the social department in Banská Bystrica and also participated in drafting this plan. Community plan of Banská Bystrica also includes that the capacity project is implemented in Banská Bystrica, and the goal of the project is to develop capacities of the municipalities to share good practices at local, regional, and national level, and to develop communication skills of the municipalities, and also provide or ensure good living of all people together and avoiding possible problems. The next point is the right of foreigners to social services, and that they often do not receive the social services. One of the reasons might be because they are in an economic situation that they do not depend on the services, and the number of seniors is also low, 260 foreigners which are over 6 years of age, and in Banská Bystrica we currently have 2,830 foreigners. And the second reason why they do not claim or they do not ask for the social services, it could be that they are not aware of their existence, so or they do not have sufficient information. So the capacity project also came with new materials containing information on rights to social services and materials for the foreigners themselves related to providing social services. So the community plan also involves the sixth strategic goal, the awareness of citizens and city employees on the possibilities and development of social services, about creating materials on social services and stable cooperation in hard situations, and we also need to broaden our capacities considering human resources, and the goals of the Banská Bystrica is to map the needs of the municipality to create the mechanism for regular provision of statistics on migration, and we also need a revision of the integration strategy, which was adopted in 2015, and to integrate social services for the new citizens of Banská Bystrica into the competence of municipality. To sharing good practices is also important, but developing communication skills of the municipality is of the same importance. So we are working on our PR strategy and campaign which is being created, networking of stakeholders and sharing good practices. So now I would like to give the floor and open the discussion. So Ms. Kružľáková, can you please tell us something more about the social area? So the sustainable permanent local policy for new and old citizens of Banská Bystrica, and we have to be very kind to our guests as family does, and So first we need to take care of the guests and then take care of ourselves. So that's the answer to the question why we focus on foreigners or on people who are not citizens of Banská Bystrica. We expect the same from others as well. When we come to another country, it means that we should be treated as guests, and we also have adopted the traditions of new places and improve the home. And if we know how to protect ourselves mutually and being brought closer together. So, and these are the words of the Pope Francis, 2018. And then we can build the identity, as was already mentioned by other speakers. So I wish you all to have a capacity to bring together old and new citizens of your cities and to cultivate the life in all cities in Slovakia. So I wish you all the best.
Pán Lichy, tak pani Kruž...
Thank you very much, Mr. Lichy. Ms. Kružľáková, could you give us a brief summary of your presentation? Could you make a brief summary of your presentation? Could you present your results that you obtained in Banská Bystrica? But I would like to ask you to make it very short, please. Good morning. I would like to greet everyone. Unfortunately, the sound is not very well. As many of the questions have been already answered, we need to know how to set all the policies towards foreigners. We wanted to use these materials and these policies in order to include all the residents of Banská Bystrica, all the information regarding the social services were of interest to us. So this was the philosophy of our work. We had regular meetings. Some of our partners, some of the foreigners already have been employed by us and work for us. So we drafted a new community plan. We also wanted to conduct a really in-depth analysis. And we have to say that most foreigners who live in Bratislava, who live in Banská Bystrica, come from the Russian Federation. And when we asked them if they were happy when living in Banská Bystrica, they told us that they were satisfied. So I hope that we will continue in this way, in this direction. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your input from Banská Bystrica. And we are really happy that you feel it this way in Banská Bystrica, because we think that the region of Banská Bystrica does not have a lot of foreigners living there. So maybe you can attract more people and you can broaden your policies in order to include more foreigners on your territory. Now we will move more to the east, to the Košice self-autonomous region, self-governing region, because next speaker will talk about the development of and the local policy in Košice. Mr. Tomáš Malatinec from the Regional Development Department deals with this kind of topic, and he will talk to us how the Košice self-governing region deals with this issue. So I would like to give the floor to Mr. Malatinec. Thank you very much. I would like to greet all the participants in this forum, in this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give you a brief summary of the current situation of the strategic planning and development on the territory of the Košice self-governing region. I will start my presentation.
Len poprosím o signál, že to funguje.
Please make a sign that everything is fine. Yes, it's fine. We can see it. Thank you very much. So the Košice self-governing region is now in the phase of the preparation of a new strategic material at regional level. This is the program of social and economic development. We have a big opportunity to include the topic of the integration of foreigners, to deal with it and set it in a different way, because we would like to achieve different results in the upcoming period. We pay a lot of attention to the preparation of the current programming period of the European Union 2021-2027. During this programming period of the Union, we would like to prepare a new strategy, and this strategy is based on a participatory approach. This urban and social development will form part of the social and economic development of the Košice self-governing region, but it will also cover other regions. Now we are in the phase in which we discuss with our partners, NGOs and churches and religious organizations. We deal with strategic goals because we would like to develop those goals during the current programming period 2021-2027. As regards the activities that will have to be developed during this period, there is a proposal. We communicate actively with about the content of this the strategic material with ministries responsible in this field and with other partners. We have 5 chambers in which municipalities and local councils and local councils, local partners are included. This is the social and economic development program for Košice and its neighboring parts. Within this topic, it is very important to mention that we have cooperation with NGOs and religious institutions. We invited partners from these areas of expertise to join us in order to draft materials and to create and build policies for the integration of foreigners. I would like to give you a brief summary of the proposal of the goals that are related with this topic. The main vision, the main goal is to improve the living standards of foreigners and inhabitants of the Košice self-governing region, so the quality of life can improve. We have already presented 4 strategic goals dealing with the development of services for inhabitants and visitors of our region. We would like to develop and promote social and economic policies, and we would like to improve the services for our inhabitants and visitors of our region. We have created a separate strategy which deals with social development. We would like to promote and organize several projects which could enable us to improve the living conditions, living standards of foreigners and inhabitants in our territory. It will be in cooperation. It will go hand in hand with the plan of the European Union during this programming period. Now we have also set all the areas which we would like to analyze and change. At the end of 2021, we would like to set results and indicators in order to know what we would like to achieve, and we would like to know what will be the impact of these activities on the target group. As you can see that the specific objective hasn't been set so far because this is our common work, the common work which we share with our partners on the basis of the previous experience. What is the minimum we would like to achieve, minimum goals we would like to achieve, and we need to plan the financial resources. We need to know who will be the partner in this project with us. So like I have already mentioned, we will have the possibility to set the floor for the integration of foreigners in the upcoming period. And this will go also through the evaluation phase, implementation phase, so that we can know what we can achieve. If we fail to achieve something, then we have to analyze objective grounds for that. So thank you very much for your attention. That's all from my side. If you have any questions, I'll be more than glad to welcome them, to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malatinec, for this input. And the Košice self-governing region is maybe the only region which has already adopted the specialized integration strategy, so-called roadmap. So I think the Košice region has really huge potential to develop, and also based on this this plan to move things forward. But let's now continue with the last municipality involved. Even it's not, I would like to, I cannot invite any representative of Trnava, because when creating the community plan, the municipality of Trnava contacted Miss Maria Kovalova, who is the representative of Tabita, the counseling service provider, who is a real expert and works with many municipalities on providing social services and the quality of the services, and will tell us how the city of Trnava prepared the community plan using community planning, and how the foreigners, what way the foreigners were involved. So, Ms. Kovalova, you have the floor. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Ďakujem. Takže určite budem rozprávať z iného pohľadu.
I will talk from a different point of view, not as a representative of the municipality, but as a counseling agency specialized in community planning, social services, and we provide a different dimension in compared to other companies, because we are trying to cooperate in detail with all partner organizations and with the municipality providing social services, or which are advisory organizations or citizens initiatives, etc. The main vision of our company when it comes to signing contracts or entering into contracts with partners, our philosophy is that the municipality has to agree that we are starting to consider the community planning as a working tool. So our company does not draft any community plans with many variables, but we enter the city or the municipality, and in cooperation with partner organization and with the representatives of the municipality, we prepare the analytical and strategic part of the community plan. And this is also what we achieved in Trnava. Trnava not only agreed, but Trnava has in all its strategic documents the word included open community, which is really great for this topic and the work with foreigners. And the second condition is that this is not just a piece of paper, and this was also proof that Trnava also has many priorities and activities. It's a live, it's a people living with social services, as all other organizations were also impacted by the pandemic. So we had to meet only online, and I think this was not a problem. So all the partners had enough space to give questions or to state his or her needs. And for me, it was very important that the history, for me was also important the historical context of the city. This was also discussed in all the target groups, not only foreigners. And Trnava is the seat of bishops, and it was it is of major importance to include a church as well, or clerical organizations. And I think this is also a little specific when compared to other cities in Slovakia. More than 7,000 foreigners live in Trnava, and this is within the circular migration. So they come also for a shorter period of time, also for less than 90 days. Trnava is a clerical town, and we would like to say that when a foreigner comes to a city or to territory, he should be treated as a guest. So we should behave as a host country. So we also try to include the culture in all the actions, the culture of receiving, the culture of hosting, the culture of sensibility in relation to the needs of all the target groups present in the city. And I have two roles today. The first is the advisory role, and the second is that I'm the president of the Association of Social Workers and a crisis manager at the labor office in Trnava. And it's crucial for me to say that to all participants that it is essential to accept foreigners not only with the expectation of some help, but and accept them when we need them in the time of pandemic. Do not open our arms only because we need them, but because we really are a community, a society which can accept all the foreigners bring to us. Not only their knowledge, their skills, but they also bring their culture and their specific needs as well. Our expert group decided to include the foreigners in the community planning as cross activities. They are not a specific target group, and which also has specific needs. I studied in Germany, and Germany is the multicultural country. So here I learned as a volunteer to participate, to be part of active community activities at NGO citizens initiatives and at the municipality as well. We strongly focused on mapping of the needs, specific needs, and on building awareness of volunteers, because we think that foreigners will also have to create small communities, and also communities based on relationships, whether it's children with the parents at kindergartens or at the various centers, or employment relations. When we also want to work in the community and cooperate with the city, I think we have the advantage that the KapaCITY project did in-depth analysis for us. So we, as an external company, really appreciated this, and we have also analytical data which are prepared for this project, and priorities and activities. Many activities are prepared. When I listen to the representatives of Banská Bystrica, they are very similar to these activities, and that's good, because the cities can share their weaknesses and strengths, and
aktivity.
we have similar activities, I believe this project will not come to an end right now, but that it will develop and there will be a follow-up in the form of other projects. As I said in the beginning, the community plan of social services must be an active tool, a working tool, and in March we should hand over the first proposal or the first draft of community plan, which the local council will adopt. And there are many rich activities here involved, which will be, I hope, supported not only financially, because there is always a lack of financing, but they will be supported also by the citizens in the form of their sensibility. City of Trnava has a great website, has many working activities to build sensibility and to make the people open to sharing their own needs and to help each other. So here I can see a great potential for not only foreigners, but for partner organizations as well. And what I also appreciated when we were creating the community plan is that the NGOs in Trnava or other citizen initiatives, they cooperated very effectively, and great collaboration with the city of Trnava is also beneficial for the sustainability in the long term. I wish the city of Trnava all the best to all the citizens, and I think the openness to accept is also essential, to accept all the people coming from Serbia or Romania is only the beginning of the cooperation of people living together.
Ak mám ešte čas.
Nie, myslím,
Nemám,
že
výborne.
nemáme už
tak
veľmi
len,
čas,
dobre,
ale
tak len
ďakujeme veľmi
pozdravujem
pekne, ste to
všetkých.
ukončili. Veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we do not have more time. We don't have much time to continue with your topic. So thank you very much to all the representatives of municipalities that participated in this capacity project. We could see that we had different models of active participation, of integration of foreigners into their territory, on their territory. So we could also see different kinds of policies they implemented. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to draw your attention to the possibility of asking questions through the Slido application. So now I'm looking at the schedule. We will not have enough time for a discussion right now because we have also one colleague from abroad, from the Czech Republic, but you have already sent some comments and some questions. Perhaps you could discuss it personally with your colleagues during our breaks, but this would be a normal situation, but now it's not possible due to the pandemic. But we will take note of all your comments and questions, and I think that during the next panel, perhaps we will have enough time to a discussion, because right now we don't have enough time for a discussion. You can send your question on the Slido application at hashtag, and you can ask also questions to the next speaker, who represents the mayor's office of the capital of the Czech Republic, Prague, Mr. Janošek. He works for the municipality of Prague and deals with the integration of foreigners, and he will tell us how the Czech Republic is dealing with this topic, how they are dealing from an institutional point of view with the integration foreigners. So I would like to give the floor to Mr. Janošek. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. by way of introduction, I would like to thank you for being invited to this conference, because I'm really happy that I can share our experience with you, the experience we have in Prague. I would like to share my screen with you so that you can see my presentation. So during my presentation, I will focus on the main topic, which is the basic information about the capital city of the Czech Republic, Prague. Then we will deal with the development and current state of affairs, and also with challenges and the strategic goals into the future. And I will also give you some updated information about what's going on in Prague in this sense. First of all, I would like to talk about the local level in the Czech Republic. So I would like to share with you all these materials and give you more knowledge about what's going on in Prague in this area. We have to say that we have demographic trends, and the integration of foreigners has its economic benefits. First of all, we have to talk about the preparedness of municipalities in order to accept foreigners. Even though we have a small number of foreigners, they still have their needs, so we will have to respond to that. And the integration policy is a tool for improving quality of life for its inhabitants. I'm sorry, we have troubles with the sound, so the speaker cannot be. I don't know if can either he slow down, or maybe there are some troubles with the sound. But anyway, we'll try to continue with the interpretation. So this is the basic data. This is the basic information about Prague. Approximately 66% of inhabitants in the Czech Republic are migrants, are foreigners, 634,000. Prague has 1.3 million inhabitants. We have 57 districts, 22 boroughs, and the huge numbers of foreigners in Prague come from Ukraine, the Slovak Republic, the USA. We have different levels: the political level, the administrative level, and cooperative level.
této problematice a má být nějakým iniciačním orgánem nějakých potřeb, které jsou třeba řešit na té politické úrovni. Na té administrativní.
So on the administrative level, we have department dealing with minorities and foreigners. We also have people dealing with tourism and culture. Then we have the cooperative level. See, because this is a complex issue, there is a lack of information. So we need to know how to cooperate with the key stakeholders in order to improve information sharing between stakeholders, etc. This is a brief summary of the key stakeholders in Prague. We have some institutional framework. We have an action plan for foreigners, then the funding. It is thanks to the programming period, which is about to finish, unfortunately. Then, when we're talking about Prague as a whole, we have different projects currently which are being implemented. I have to say that the issue of foreigners is still a very important topic for Prague and the Czech Republic. We have funding through different projects, and this helps to improve the integration of foreigners. But unfortunately, it's really changing all the time. We need to carry out, we have to implement this kind of policies, and we still have to face these issues. We looked, for instance, into different kind of projects. We could also adopt different measures that could be used for the topic of the integration of foreigners. The Financial Center of Prague is also a very important partner in this sense, and this is a list of this is an organizational chart of our activities that exist in Prague. Now I would like to deal with the key partner we have in Prague. That's the Integration Center, Prague Integration Center. It was established by the city of Prague in 2012. It is a very successful story. It is a coordinator with our center.
Integrační politiku vlády České republiky, poněvadž má ten status toho integračního centra v našem kraji. Významné integrační centrum Praha je pro nás významné.
Integration Center Prague is dealing with or has a huge role when it comes to networking with other sectors, with commercial sector or academics as a platform, and we do provide these services on the territory, and the Integration Center is part of Prague. We are also a regional advisory platform. We are providing language courses, and the strategic documents are also of huge importance. Here are just some examples. You can see on the screen from Prague how it looks like. We have the activities of foreigners mapped. Here is a mobile application for foreigners living in Prague in more languages. And now I would like to discuss the integration politics and the strategic documents, the concepts for the period from 2014 to 2017. We are updating these documents. We have also set the basic priorities, such as education and living together. So this is also a priority which we consider very important to fulfill our goals and our strategic goals. So this is the agenda of our department. For the municipalities, it is crucial, as I mentioned, the awareness. It is very important to establish or to agree on some platforms. We have the regional advisory platform. which is organized by the Integration Center Prague 5 times a year and promotes networking of stakeholders in boroughs and in Prague, and it also more factual information are also provided about education. So we have also a separate platform for education where we are trying to collect information and to inform the foreigners about the project.
Která je vlastně i otevřená v tomto panelu, totiž to systémové, systematické ukotvení integrace, jak na to?
The roots of the integration in the system are we have our strategic documents adopted and the concept in general and the action plan of the social and of the city of Prague for integration of foreigners. We are also aware that the concepts and action plan includes financial indicators or some activities, but this is also related to other policies as well. So this is a huge amount of information, whether it's social or other areas. So there is just one side reflection, which is possible, and we think
přímo pro integraci cizinců. Ovšem z té strategie vlastně formulovat nějaké potřeby a cíle i do těch dalších veřejných politik, které se cizinců a těch je opravdu mnoho. Já jsem se snažil.
So here we can see the mainstreaming of foreigners integration in various organizations and departments. That's the Department of Education, of Social Affairs, Services, Culture and Tourism, European funds. And when it comes to organizations, then here we have schools, psychotherapists, psychological therapists. Then there are youth homes, city library, Institute of Planning and Development, the Prague Gallery, and senior homes. So this means there's the cross-cutting is important in this area. So we have a long-term vision, which is the Prague as a metro city for all. The long-term goal is also the cross-cutting of integration of foreigners. The foreigners are a natural target group, and they have to. Now, as I'm coming to an end, I would like to mention a few challenges and strategic targets in Prague. So, and that is systemic development of intercultural openness of Prague, the development of cooperation with educational, cultural organizations, and improving the capacities and facilitating integration at the local level or at the level of Prague. Also, evaluation of the progress in fulfilling the strategic documents. This is the evaluation of the process, of the creation process, and the evaluation of the strategy of the progress. Then further development of effective tools and actions. These are the good practices. We have a website and Facebook. There is intercultural work at various departments of the municipality, and active and making the boroughs more active in cooperation with the center. Then also intensive language courses for children and students with different mother tongue, and also we are focused on further strategic areas, active participation of foreigners on the activities of the city, and communication towards general public, and what we want to achieve is to be Prague as a metropolitan city for all the people. So that would be so thank you very much for your attention, and
Ďakujem teda veľmi pekne, Jan.
looking forward to your questions. Thank you for such a brief overview of all your activities you have in Prague. So this is just the basic framework. It is great. I'm very thankful you found time to meet with us and to meet us tomorrow as well, and tell us more about your experience when it comes to this subject and its communication to the public, and how you were communicating with the foreigners. So thank you very much for now, and so we have about 4 minutes, and we really don't have much room for questions. There are some questions, but I think we could end this with this session with a question related to challenges of the future. So okay, now we were talking about documents or papers. We have some strategies compiled, but in order to put them into practice, we need some institutional context or some support, institutional support. So maybe if some of the panelists would like to join the discussion and answer to this question. Jan, so the question to you, what was necessary for Prague to put this strategy into practice?
Thank you very much for your question. We need to have skills and abilities necessary for the creation and the drafting of this strategic material, and I think that this really helped us to include all kind of groups of people so that they could participate in this process and set our goals. The second aspect, which is also crucial, is the administrative context. I think that we need to have an administrative unit on an administrative section or department dealing with this kind of topic. And I think this kind of unit or department should play the role of a coordinator when communicating with foreigners. So we have a specific department dealing with this kind of issues. And then we have the social affairs department. And I think we have to deal with challenges of integration crisis, migration crisis, and also with the administration of public affairs, etc. And I think every department has to work in its field. So we need to have the so-called institutional background or institutional support. And as regards our department, we were under the mayor's office competence, but now we have our own tasks and responsibilities dealing with education, training. We were before we were depending on the office of the mayor of Prague, but now we have more tasks and responsibilities. And also we need to rely on the political support from our partners, because we would like to highlight more necessities and issues so that more policymakers become familiar with this topic. So I can see that there is a lot to be done. So in order to create this kind of institutional capacities and abilities and skills, we will also need more financial resources in order to achieve it. And this is a prerequisite so that municipalities can deal fully with the integration of foreigners, and so that they can implement these integration strategies. So thank you very much to all of you. Thank you to all the speakers from Banska Bystrica, from Bratislava, the capital city of Slovakia. I would like to thank Ms. Kovalova and also to the representative of the Košice self-governing region. And I would like to also thank to Jan from Prague. Thank you. Thank you to all of you for your attention. Now we will have a small break, 30-minute break, so that you can relax, you can go outside to get some fresh air, for instance. So enjoy your break, and we will meet after the break, 10 after 12. And we will continue with the topic on how to prepare our municipalities and their employees on how to work with foreigners. Thank you very much for your attention. We'll see each other after the break.
Haló, haló, zdravím všetkých účastníkov ďalšieho panelu. Prosím vás, zapnite si mikrofóny a svoje videá, aby sme mohli odskúšať, čo
Dobrý deň, tak vás znovu vítame na našej dnešnej konferencii.
Good afternoon. I would like to welcome you all again. I would like to welcome you all again in this panel. This panel deals with the preparation of municipalities on how to work with foreigners. We would like to remind you, don't be afraid. You may ask any question, anytime, even though you didn't have time to ask your questions during the previous panel. We would like to present a material as an outcome of this panel. My name is Nina Galanska. I work for the Milan Šimečka Foundation. I'm the moderator for this panel. On the left side, you may recognize Elena Galova-Kriglerova from the previous panel. And then on my right side is Daška Vranka-Kneškova from Marginal. And they will both present their results from their research dealing with the social work and dealing with the preparation of municipalities on how to work with foreigners from the intercultural point of view. That means what kind of intercultural capacities and skills and municipality worker and employee should have. I would like to give the floor first to Dáša Vrana-Knošková. Thank you very much, Nina. Hello, everyone. I would like to ask the technical staff to start my presentation. There it goes. The second one, please. Thank you very much. I would like to go to the right slide. So briefly, I would like to share our experience during the capacity project with you. The Foundation Marginal cooperated with the Human Rights League during this project, and we organized trainings and educational workshops for municipalities workers. That's okay. That's all right now. So together with the Human Rights League, we organized legal trainings, social trainings for municipality representatives and employees. During several years, we organized 8 trainings for all the municipalities involved and that participated in this project. We had a lot of participants. There was a huge number of participants. These were representatives of regional offices, district offices, circuit offices, and also pedagogical staff was involved in these trainings, and providers of social services also took part in this kind of trainings. We had the opportunity to repeat such trainings, and it was a huge success. It was a good practice because each participant had the possibility to participate, to choose the topic which he or she was interested in relation to his or her area of expertise. These trainings were organized according to the needs of and according to the interests of the participants. So given the range of those trainings, I will not have enough time to touch upon each of them. But what I would like to highlight is the topics that are relevant to us. Since that we have a good cooperation with the Human Rights League, we have a team of lawyers. During our trainings, we wanted to clarify all the terms and principles that are important to us: citizen, the term of the citizen of the Slovak Republic, inhabitant, resident, etc. Because anyone can understand something different when we are talking about these terms. And as regards the rights and obligations of foreigners, we need to make it clear to them. We need to use right concepts and right terms, because and any foreigner has to have the right to receive clarified information as to the residence, as to the type of residence he or she would like to be granted. When we were preparing this kind of trainings, what was very important to us was to cover the topic of inhabitants, which was already discussed by my previous speakers. We have the law, the act on the organization of municipality. All these laws use the term of inhabitants. We also have the term of a permanent resident or a temporary resident. Not all the foreigners are permanent residents in Slovakia, but all are citizens or inhabitants. What's important here is that people need to get to know that people need to know that there are foreigners living on their territory, in their country. These can be foreigners with a temporary or permanent residence, and the legislation that covers these kind of topics is so broad and so diverse that in general, citizens of the Slovak Republic are not always covered by each piece of legislation, because municipalities have their own competence and responsibilities, and they cannot deny they cannot deny giving service to any kind of citizen or foreigner. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. Here we can see a brief summary of selected rights and obligations of foreigners. In this field, we can see different rights and obligations. You can see the term of a foreigner, whether it is a man or a woman. They have to face different kind of situations in their life, employment, health, social security, etc. So there is a quite wide range of social security and social support. All these kind of life situations come within the competence of municipalities and have to be covered by them. So foreigners have to face these kind of situations in their life. And during our trainings, we wanted to focus our attention to the facts and to issues which are many times covered by the mass media, by the media. We can talk about the facts, and we can talk about the myth, what's not real, because people maybe think that foreigners are stealing jobs, are stealing our jobs, but that's not true. What are the conditions for them to come and to reside in Slovakia? So that we should prevent that any kind of national or either a national from coming from the country, a foreign national, do not see himself or herself in a situation, in a difficult situation. So we need to bear in mind what type of residence has been granted to a foreigner. We need to know what are our responsibilities and what are our tasks as representatives of municipalities. We need to know what we can give them, what we can afford them, either contribution in kind or financial contribution, etc. So now I would like to give the floor to my colleague, Ms. Elena Galova-Kringlerová. Thank you very much, Dasha, for the presentation of the topic of foreigners. We will talk about this today and also tomorrow. And now I would like to give the floor to Elena Galova-Kringlerová from the Center for the Research of Ethnicity and Culture, who will talk about intercultural skills and competencies, which are also very important to prepare municipalities' employees on how to work with foreigners. Thank you very much, Nina. We were asked to talk only for 10 minutes, so I would try to make my story shorter. As regards the survey of this topic, in addition to all this work which we did and which was mentioned by Dasha, all these life situations that foreigners have to face in their on a daily basis when they come from abroad, when they come from a different country, they can find themselves in a specific situation. So we decided to organize intercultural trainings for municipalities representatives and municipalities employees on how to perceive this topic, not only from the social and legal point of view, but from a general point of view. Now I would like to share my presentation with you. So we conducted or we organized meetings and workshops for employees and officials from town halls, and we were also familiar with the necessity to include pedagogical staff and social workers in this kind of trainings and workshops. So together with the Milan Šimečka Foundation, we also included different kind of bodies in this trainings. So next slide, please. We focused on what's the basic knowledge when municipalities employees work with foreigners. What's important here, next slide, please. When we enter in any kind of relationship, when we establish a liaison with any kind of person, our behavior is being affected by this triangle. You can see it, person, situation, and culture. It is often used in our work. It is a very effective tool when we are talking about the integration of foreigners, about the involvement of foreigners. So what really affects us when we communicate with others? We have our own personality. That's what defines us. Either we are outspoken person or we are more shy persons. So everyone has its own characteristics. But we are also shaped by our background. So we have to be submitted to a series of rules because we have to behave according to different rules, whether they are dictated by our family or our society. And we always find ourselves in a different kind of situation. We are always affected by our background. We can face a difficult life situation. We can get a divorce. We can go through a pandemic. So in this kind of situation, also a foreigner can find himself or herself coming from another country. So this is very quite full range of different life situations. People who came to Slovakia and came to Slovakia because they found a partner, etc.
All of these three aspects are important to be considered when it comes to our contact with foreigners, because it happens quite often then the specific behavior of theirs which must not or is not always corresponding to our culture. We often do not realize that there might be some situation or some situation that people find themselves in which can be behaved. So this is the intercultural training, the basis for our intercultural training. With our trainees, we talk about specific situations which the foreigners might face. In the previous panel, we also discussed that the foreigners are very often treated as general public. So there are some rules, some conditions, and as we're trying to provide equal assistance and equal things, then everything is equal also for the foreigners, but they have language barrier, they have specific needs, which didn't have enough time to learn the Slovak language, and also the language barrier in schools or at institutional offices, and this is also a complication for the mutual communication. And in this, the culture side on the triangle, there is some environment where the people where they lived when they were children, and maybe they find something else important in their lives what we can consider differently. This also could create some tension which needs to be eliminated when we want to provide social services or other services as employees of municipalities. And the third is the social situation, which Dasha already mentioned. There are very different there's different residence status, the legislation, and they find themselves in different situations. And the last slide. The intercultural trainings we do are based on the mutual learning with our participants. They cannot include their own expectations in their ideas. This is often to be seen in Slovakia, that yes, we know what the best way is, and this could be very complicated when it comes to foreigners, and the empathy is also crucial. Others have to be involved as well. Third party, someone from a different country or someone outside of the municipality can be very helpful in the integration process. It is also important to apply so-called cultural relativism, which means what is right for me doesn't have to be automatically right for someone else. And this triangle I discussed before deals with the sensitivity towards other cultures. So our trainings take 2 days. So we talk about everything really in detail. So did I make okay? So it was very intensive. So many information in so a few minutes. Except for the trainings, we were also trying to find a way how to educate the municipality workers in a sustainable way. So what if the project will be finished? What will be left behind? And at this point, we realized that the best way will be to create a interactive working educational tool, providing information for the preparation of the employees. And Miška Dojčinovičová from Human Rights League and Vanda Hlavačková from System Agency will introduce this educational tool for municipalities. As you mentioned, Nina, at the beginning of the project, we try to create a tool for integration, which was intended for the municipality employees. So we wanted to make it more accessible to other people, not only to the municipality employees. We wanted it to make it accessible to the most people possible from schools or from municipalities which are working with foreigners in various parts of their lives, and also from the legislators, local legislators. So because the training also needs to provide information on the current state of affairs when it comes to foreigners and their rights. So we were contemplating the form of providing the information in the future, and the idea was to create an e-learning tool which would allow everyone to go through a course or to go through a lesson on foreigners living abroad, starting with the information on how many foreigners are living here, what type of residence there is, what are their rights and duties. For instance, in the social area, education, healthcare, to information involved in the intercultural training mentioned by Elena, such as specifics of work with foreigners, integration of foreigners, cultural interpretation, etc. After completing this lesson and meetings with the municipality employees, we realized that a better way would be to create a website which would constitute an e-learning method, but but rather a clear and transparent website where the visitors can find information in the easiest way possible. So directors, for instance, or the principals are interested in information on for children from the families of foreigners in schools. Social workers are interested in rights and duties of foreigners in this area. Of course, there is no limitation. People can find any information they want, and we are happy when they look at it from the broader context. But considering or taking into account the capacity and the situation, current situation, such a clear structure was one of our main criteria. So this was the request to create such a website, videos, graphics were included, and these make it more humane. Such a vague legal language is replaced, or is there are other elements of more humane language, which is also part of the website. And Vanda Hlavačková will now tell you more about the website together with the CSAN agency. So you have the floor. Thank you, Mishka. At the beginning, I would like to say that we could be part of this web design of this website, and our team spent some time abroad, and some municipalities had to take care of us, and we know how important such a topic is when we were living abroad. So I hope that together with colleagues from other organizations, we did this, because I know it was really a hard work, because the difficulty of this subject matter and the legal text and some kind of translation into more humane or more humane form was really hard work. But now we can take a look at the website. I will share my screen with you so you can see the web. Okay, so can you see it?
Ako Miška hovorila, cieľom je pomôcť
The goal
cudzincom.
was to help the municipality employees and other people at the municipality who are in contact with foreigners, to help them and to provide better living conditions for them. But we also wanted for all the people who visit this website to be as user-friendly as possible. And we wanted also to people to come back and to visit the website once again. So when you open the website and you're looking for a specific piece of information, let's say a driver's license, how foreigners can apply to obtain the driver's license. So you just type in the words driver's license, and you have the information right away. When you need to go more in detail, at the beginning of the website, there are these tabs with the topics, types of residents, categories of foreigners, citizenship, etc. When you scroll down, here are some useful links which could be useful for every visitor of this website, from the terminology or the definitions to technical text such as strategic integration policy, etc. When you return to homepage, here are some additional information, maybe some soft skills information for all the people working
Miška, keď hovorím niečo zle, kľudne ma oprav, keď niečo
Working with foreigners.
Je tu napríklad veľmi dôležitá téma kultúry.
Very important topic, cultural shock.
Prípadne špecifika sociálnej práce s cudzincami.
Or the specifics of social work with foreigners, which were also discussed earlier.
A to je vlastne všetko.
And that's it. So this is how we wanted to make the website to be as user-friendly as possible. So let's try to focus on the keywords. So social security, that's an important topic. That's why it is divided into more categories. So when you take a look at social security as a keyword, it is divided into more keywords. So it is not an e-learning, but using keywords and some topics, you can get the information you are interested in. Here you have a print button. So this is also helpful for everyone who wants to get more information about the topic, but wants to print the materials. And the structure of the website is supported by all types of laptops, whether or smartphones, tablets. So it cannot happen that your device won't support our website, and you do not need any specific computer skills. As you can see, it's not just on a long text, but all important information are highlighted, or some videos are added. We will play one video right away, and then we have some live situations which might occur in the life of or which may occur in work with foreigners, and very comprehensive. Which is a big thank you to the ladies who cooperated with us on this. Additional information which you can read if you want to find out more. Okay, so can I play the video now? I think you mentioned all the main features of the website, and we also invite all of you to go through the website, but I think now you can play the video. Okay, so please start the video about foreigners in municipalities. Foreigners are part of our cities as all other people, and they shouldn't be forgotten. They work here. They are our neighbors who are involved in volunteer activities. They study here, they sport, and they also are part of the municipality. They have the right to be elected, and they have a right to vote. So municipalities should communicate in a way that the foreigners have the feeling they are treated as equal, and cultural diversity should be recognized in the municipalities, and the benefits should be also recognized. Then the foreigners can feel like home in our municipalities, and we will all benefit from this exchange.
Vanda, Miška, ďakujeme veľmi pekne za túto prezentáciu.
Thank you very much, Vanda, Miška, for the outcome of our work. You could have seen before. If you want to find out more about communication with the public on foreigners and migration, then tomorrow we will have a panel with Eva focused on communication with the public, and the next panel will be providing information to foreigners. So I believe this was a nice teaser for the panels which will be held tomorrow. So thank you for the presentation. We have about 1 hour for our discussion, so I would like to welcome all of our guests, namely Lenka Šafránková-Pavličková from municipality of Brno. Hi Lenka, we are happy to have you. And we believe that Lenka is an expert for intercultural work, and she's one of the mentors at the municipality of Brno. She also is the co-author of publications. Hello, Lenka. Another guest of ours is Luisa Urbancová, who works at the Department of Slovak Language and Communication at the Philosophical Faculty of the Matej Bel University. Thank you very much thank you for having me. And we have two more male guests, Jan Heinrich from the META organization, specialized in education of social workers and teachers and other educational workers on topics of children of foreigners.
Je Benjamin Bossart, ktorý je z...
And the last one is Benjamin Bossart from the Department of Languages of the Philosophical Faculty of the Communist University in Bratislava. These universities are quite complicated. Thank you. Benjamin is quite an expert on community interpreting. Thank you very much for having me here, for inviting me. Yeah, this is a department dealing with 5 languages. Thank you very much for the invitation to this conference. I would like to remind you, you can send us your questions through the Slido application. We will go through them. And so we will have 45 minutes for our questions, and we will give you 15 minutes to ask your questions to our speakers. So now we are going to deal with the preparation of municipalities on how to work with foreigners. The very basic question at the beginning. So we had training for municipality representatives. What do you think from your experience? How should we involve people in the process on how to work with foreigners? Who has to deal or who will have to deal with foreigners during in his work? So Lenka, the floor is yours. We'll begin with you. There is a problem with the sound. So, like it was already said, we meet a lot of stakeholders on local level. At the local level, we have to include inhabitants. But if we imagine the healthcare, education, or public affairs and neighborhood, these topics are very important to our foreigners. So ideally, we should have an audience of 1,000 people right now, right? Watching us. That would be the ideal situation, right? At local level, the integration of foreigners should be perceived as a dialogue between a local inhabitant and a foreign inhabitant. So we have to promote such a dialogue, and then we will have the topic of integration of foreigners being dealt with by our stakeholders. Luisa, you would like to jump in and say something? Thank you. Yeah, I think this topic should be covered by universities and higher superior institution, higher education facilities. But I think all these schools should deal with this kind of topic, because we have to deal with work within a community, and this is the topic that has to be covered by our offices and our departments. And we know that Slovak University more and more people from abroad try to sign up for Slovak universities every year. They try to enroll themselves. So that's why we need to set up processes so that those people can be enrolled. And what's very important and what's amazing is that we do not train or educate only people who are already prepared for everything, but we would like to prepare people who are flexible, who can be translators and interpreters, but who can also work in another field of expertise. What's very important for us is that they show sympathy, that they show critical thinking, that they do not use stereotypical type of thinking, so that they can see people from abroad as individuals, as unique individuals, unique personalities. So, and they can use their knowledge to help them. Thank you very much. Jan, you work also as a social worker. Do you think that social workers and people who work for municipalities, do they need to have special competencies, special tasks and responsibilities when working with foreigners? Of course, we all should have enough responsibilities and tasks in order to join an intercultural dialogue. Is there any specific feature related to social workers when working with foreigners? Thank you very much for your question. Yes, of course, I agree with you. I think that it has to do, in my opinion, with the knowledge of cultural differences, of cultural necessities of different groups of people. These do not have to be stereotypes necessarily, because we do not have to say that such people behave in such a way and other people behave in another way, but they need to know, we need to have enough knowledge and use it and apply it to anyone. And we have to apply it to those who come from different backgrounds, different cultures. So on the general level, I think we need to have this. We need to have a certain level, certain awareness of values, and we need to perceive the importance of multilingualism, and we need to bear in mind that we have here people who do not speak our language, who do not speak the Czech language, in our case, for instance, and who can who can experience a difficult psychological situation, have a psychological trauma when coming to our country. So, and they need to feel integrated. Perhaps they do not have protective network in our country, do not have any relationships with anyone. They do not have any ties or bonds within their family when coming to our countries, because they come from different backgrounds and they come to a different world, to a different country, which is totally different to their culture, to their traditions. And that's why it's a big challenge for them. It can be a stressful situation. They face the language barrier and many other troubles and many other issues. That's why it is important for social workers and any kind of workers dealing with foreigners to become aware of this issue. We have a specialized course for social workers,
na oblast vzdělávání.
And we focus on the area of education. We also collaborate with the municipality of Prague, like my colleague Jan Janošek has already mentioned before. And these courses we organize are designed for municipalities, employees, and also for social workers, and also for other groups of workers who deal with this kind of issue. it may be other kind of workers as well.
Lenka, mňa tak zaujíma, vy máte takú históriu práce aj v téme
Lenka, you worked with, in the field of intercultural communication with municipality employees. Is this mindset of ours, is there some kind of development of our mindset in a historical context? Okay, so now well, you're talking about intercultural competence. So if I put it in simple terms, we are trying to focus on the dialogue, on what's in between, not on the foreigner, nor not on the citizen, because we have to be somewhere in the middle. So this intercultural approach, which was very present in the 1990s, which have some migration background, it was important to focus on the foreigner. Why this has shifted is also the negative experience, and the foreigners also didn't want their differences to be highlighted, because there are many identities they are all developing, and the environment in Germany, for instance, or in other Western countries, the approach of diversity management was developed, which was created in American corporations, which says that when the relationship between the equal employees of the company
k růstu inovací, k růstu vlastně jako rozvoje i vlastně k mnohem větší vlastně rezistenci toho systému. Takže vlastně pokud se s diverzitou správně pracuje, tak má jenom přínosy. Pokud se s ní nepracuje správně, nese spoustu rizik. To je vlastně to.
It can also lead to personal development. If you work with it incorrectly, there are many risks.
Jedným z nástrojov
Here, Benjamin, one of the tools of intercultural works is community interpretation. We have two interpreters with us interpreting into English or Slovak. What's the difference between normal interpretation and community interpretation? And what's your perception of, what's your treatment at university? So here, this conference is translated into a single language. So the interpreters work in one way. So now they are interpreting into English at conferences, and when there is an English-speaking speaker, then it's other way around. But the conference interpreters work one way, but for community interpreting is what's typical for community interpretation is consecutive interpretation. So the techniques of note taking are crucial, and the discussion is how to define the community interpretation in a as narrow definition as possible, because in some countries, for instance, there is also judicial interpretation, and judicial translation is also involved in the community court interpretation, or in Belgium, for instance. This is not only community interpretation, but they call the community interpretation a public service interpreting, or social interpretation as well, because the goal of this interpretation is to make the way of social security education easier. This is what I also mentioned, because when it came to
veľmi jednoduchý príklad toho komunitného tlmočenia, čo je napríklad v meste,
was also important. One example
ktorý tlmočí rodičia z migračnej generácie, ktorá ešte len arbajtrov do Belgicka,
which came to Belgium many years ago. So he has he has a migration background.
Dostali vzdelávanie v holandčine, takže na to rodičovské združenie.
And he interprets, so the school could contact the social interpreter who will interpret the meeting of parents of the pupils, because you don't want the children to interpret for the parents. First, the child will not understand everything, and secondly, they are talking about the child itself. So this is just an example from education. There are some other examples in medicine, in senior homes, in police work, or other practical or situation in practice. So now I was talking about Belgium, but this interpretation is provided in other countries as well. So that would be it in a nutshell. Lenka, Jan maybe could follow up on this. Sure, I agree with what you said, and the interpretation
to je věc, se kterou se setkáváme velmi často a zrovna třeba v tom školním prostředí.
By children is something we really often are. What happens really often in schools, but in official environment, this could be very problematic because there is too much pressure on the children, and they are role of interpreters. This problem could be present also when the interpreter is a family member or a member of the community or someone who could have a conflict of interest. So he could also be biased, for instance, or
v té práci také hraje roli to, že ty komunity jsou malé, to znamená, že pokud ten člověk není vázaný nějakým kodexem, může být obrovský problém i z hlediska těch migrantů samotných.
This could also cause problems for the foreigners and for the parents as well, that they do not say everything in front of the interpreter, and they are not straight to the officer. So the role of an independent professional is really crucial, and it's essential.
Lenka, vy ste chceli k tomu určite niečo dodať?
Lenka, you wanted to add something, right? Thank you very much. I wanted to add something to what was said by my colleague. And I think this is a good example between session interpreting and then community interpreting, because I have a colleague who is an expert for a Vietnamese community. I will use the term of a community interpreter and a social worker. I know it's not the same, but sometimes it's interchangeable. But I have a colleague, she's Czech. We have also foreign workers. She works as a court interpreter, and she has been working with us for 4 years. And her main purpose, why she works with us, why she started working as a community interpreter after having worked as a court interpreter, because she used to interpret from Czech into Vietnamese, etc. But she could not get involved actively in the interpreting. She always translated everything very correctly to a Vietnamese national, but Vietnamese national, for instance, or whom she was working with, did not get all the basic terms, so that there is a language barrier. That's why it wasn't taken into consideration, and that's why she prefers now more the community interpreting than the code interpreting. At our university, we try to react on how the interpreter can interfere during an interpretation. In Belgium, for instance, the social interpreter can add some information to clarify some things, but also the other side has to know it, the client has to know it. So to a certain extent, it is allowed, but I have to highlight, this is a very different kind of situation, and it's different according to each country, according to each experience. I suppose that in the Czech Republic, you have different experience when compared to Belgium and other Western countries. And I may follow up that I have to say that at our university, professional and accessible community interpreting, we had a project and we analyzed the current state of affairs of the community interpreting in 6 countries: Slovakia, the Czech Republic, Poland. These were our partners in this project. Then we used examples of good practice as regards the model of community interpreting and education. Case study, we included the case study of Spain, Austria, and Belgium. Austria is also a neighboring country to Slovakia. And it showed us how different may be the approaches of education, the approaches of training of interpreters, and what are the budget possibilities, what are the possibilities of the national budgets to finance this kind of activities. Lenka, you have the role of intercultural mediators or workers in Brno. What can you tell us? What was the prerequisite in order to establish in order to create this kind of roles? How can you tell us more about this kind of an intercultural mediator? I think I will need half an hour to answer your question, but okay, I will try to answer your question. Intercultural mediator or intercultural worker was established in the Czech Republic through innovation project, and during 2 years we used a pilot project, and I think this was a kind of an innovative project. And within the context of our dialogue, I have to say that the project included the need for increasing the preparedness and involvement of social workers and this kind of workers. Municipalities employees have to be motivated. They need to perceive, they need to see this problem as something important. They need to absorb different or limited amount of information. We also conducted different projects regarding diversity. And then in 2000 and 2001, we created groups, and after 20 years, they still continue with training of municipality employees after 20 years. And still it goes on because it's in the long run that something can change in this field. And now we need to cover the issues of foreigners, and we need to improve the work of municipality employees. That's why we adopted this approach. If you look at it from a point of view of diversity, we hired several linguistic and cultural mediators.
It's not about upskilling the Czech employees, but it needs to be rooted in the institution. There are some limitations, of course, in Slovakia and Czech Republic. We are young countries in terms of migration, so we do not have the second generation of foreigners who would be educated in our schools. So if you employ a foreigner who is not educated in Slovakia, he has problem with language skills, and that causes limitations for his talent. So we could work with this, and this can be improved.
Řekněme kulturní
The
nedostatečná kompetence toho
language
úřadu jenom
and cultural
kontaktu. Je to
barrier
ty cizince.
is only one of the barriers in the contact. It's the inability to understand all the communities, because there are different ways of communication. This is not only about passive and active interpretation, but there is a on-site work, the ability to understand, to explain the Czech system, or to establish a communication channel, to provide the information and to work with the information, because it's different between the natives and the foreigners. So it's hard to trust is also very important. And another point is that the intercultural worker is and other we are also contacted by others, so they have to be able to define the problem and to find the causes, to think in a systemic way. So these people have or need methodical leadership. So it could be a Czech national who understands the system, but the ability to provide consultation to foreigners is also important, and this must be also provided to nationals. So you have to know how to pay for the waste, disposal management, and
která vyžaduje taky spoustu kompetencí, protože
other practical things. Then there is the networking, because the intercultural worker needs to understand the problem and provide the appropriate services. So he needs to know the environment, he needs to know who is in charge of what agenda. And recently what we see is how our colleagues are improving the competences. The communities are more open to them. Their services are more understandable for the communities.
Jak vlastně ten interkulturní pracovník funguje, co všechno.
So it's also a huge barrier that some communities do not understand this openness of ours. So that makes us also some technical consultants for organizations, institutions in the municipalities who support foreigners, because the intercultural work allows us to participate when the measures are being adopted or created. So this includes the need of foreigners into the process, and also healthcare providers, the officers who have also specific needs, but they are not escalated to the manager. So I hope that was understandable for you. It was great, thank you. So it was a nice cross-cutting of what we need to know to work with foreigners, and this is not only about specific workers, but it needs to be combined in more functions or intercultural work. So Benjamin, you wanted to say something? Yes, I would like to add just very shortly that I understand this very well, that the people that in Vienna, they are educating the employees, or they've been educating them for 20 years, because of course the migration waves are changing and employees are changing as well. So, but what we need to realize, there are huge regional differences, and of course a foreigner, asylum, and citizen are three different people. The documents I need from the registry office, for instance, I should register my son to at the registry also, so I can only ask for the document in Netherlands language. But if a Ukrainian worker works in Trnava or in another country, he or she doesn't have the option to have such a document, or this could be also good for translation to the birth certificates. And we also, I would also like to add that you did a really great job that with this website, you created a form of brain what the municipality employee could know and what information the foreigners need. And for us interpreters or at universities, we would need to have the information on what needs or what needs to be translated, what documents should be translated or interpreted verbally. So here we should find a compromise, because some websites could be translated into English, but that doesn't necessarily mean that this is understandable for a citizen from an African country where the official language was French and where the English skills were lower. So these are also some examples when it comes to translation and interpretation. Lenka? So this is the moment when it starts to be interesting, because we could have the information the foreigners need the most, the information from the labor office or specific documents, but it starts to be interesting when in the moment when we say we could do this, when you invite the foreigners, because that is what we are dealing with in Brno. I think this can be demonstrated on Russian or Ukrainian language. I expect that the translation will be, or the document will be understandable for us. But when it comes to Vietnamese, this is more different, because the cultural background or the social and situational background as well. Many Vietnamese citizens are coming to Czech Republic, where people coming from the countryside, and they do not have necessary skills to understand specific or longer text. So this is what we started to do. We took this information from the office, and this applies specifically to Vietnamese nationals, and we record instructional videos for Vietnamese nationals, and these. So you are aware of the skills of them, so you cannot just take one thing and translate it into all the languages and think it will work, because there are many specific barriers which have the crucial role. So we also did a course for foreigners in Brno, so some life situations, how to deal with them. But we've encountered the problem that Vietnamese nationals do not understand this, and Ukrainian people different things. So we had to put some explanations into the materials as a reaction to what, or as a response to what the foreigners know and do not know.
Lebo ja napríklad už
I understand it quite clearly, because if I want to vaccinate my child within the basic vaccination program, do you have a different vaccination package when compared with Belgium? I'm used in Belgium to such a vaccine, and I do not wait here. I do not expect the same thing here. But I have I'm the fortunate one, because I speak Slovak. But imagine a case of a foreigner who would expect something different. There could be communication problems. We imagine somebody from Arab community or other communities, Dutch community. So these education levels are quite different. Yeah. So we should go one step ahead, and we can think about it like this. We can go to see a social therapist with our child, so we need to know what kind of information we need to provide to them. Thank you very much. We switch to a very interesting topic because counselors and pedagogical staff and etc., educational staff, and these are also employees of our municipalities, so we cannot avoid them when we are talking about the preparedness of municipality employees. What is your experience? What's really working what's really successful when working with children of foreigners? I wanted to add something more. There is a lack of knowledge by primary school professionals because primary schools or the pedagogical staff is not prepared to work with foreigners, to work with the community of foreigners. And then they are trying to catch the gap of knowledge by undergoing several courses or different kind of trainings. What's really working in general terms at schools is that when a school adopts an active approach and tries to ensure the primary language preparation. For instance, the language preparation of the Czech language as a second language. It can be used in classroom and not as an extracurricular activity, which is the traditional model because children are really tired after school, etc. So if it's not conducted within the schedule during the day, during the school day, it can be really tiring for children afterwards. What really works is the acceptance of a multilingualism and the acceptance of
doma s těmi dětmi ty úkoly, protože prostě jim nerozumějí, ale to, že rozvíjejí...
We have to bear in mind that many times it happens that foreigners as parents do not help their children to do their homeworks because they do not understand the language. It's quite complicated. So we need, if the child, a specific child coming from a foreigner's family, understands and learns another language, in this case, for instance, Czech, and it can help its family in general. And then we can see it also in classroom. Those children can show to their classmates that, okay, I'm here and I can speak your language. And they can teach others about their culture, their traditions, some song. That means adhere to our own traditions and respect it. I think this is the way to go around it. And these are the ways that really work. And what's also important is to shelter or to provide assistance and to treat every child like any other individual. So the language preparation is important. If somebody learns the Czech language, even though there is a language barrier, we have to work with such pupils, such students in different subjects, and they should have an adapted schedule, adapted curricula, so that it is really adapted to their needs, and the children can learn new vocabulary, new terms, and it should be focused on the improvement of the development of the specific child. So they have a certain level and they can achieve different kind of language level, the level of the language, so that they can cope with it. They do not get depressed. They do not get depressed when they fail a subject, when they fail exam, when they fail to understand or to learn the Czech national anthem, etc. Luisa, I'm really happy because you are asking for the floor. So where we are talking about the the preparation and training at schools, you can also react. And the next question from my side will be, how can we reach the connection between municipalities and universities when we are talking on how to work with foreigners, on how to prepare municipalities employees on how to work with foreigners, because our societies are more and more diverse, and how can it work in practice? Jan was an inspiration to me because our institutions are quite conservative, are very traditional. They have established curricula and established study programs, and it's very difficult to change it. What we can change are optional subjects. Because I work for an institution that works with the preparation of children, but such children, if they face difficulties with the language or other subject, they can improve their level of knowledge at secondary schools, so we can prepare our future teachers who study at our university on how to teach the Slovak language as a foreign language to foreigners. And I think this is very important in this sense. I think we should offer more courses of the Slovak language as a foreign language at different levels, not only at schools. It shouldn't be only at the secondary school, at the primary school, but after that, we could offer specialized courses. Also, municipalities can organize specialized courses for foreigners. And like it was said, the cultural diversification is really broad. It's a mental space because we meet people with different mental spaces. When we have only few people with a few mental spaces, but if we manage to have more people that we can teach, then we will divide such people into small groups, and we can get specialized in different topics. And I think there should be a transformation of universities. Or there is the preparation on new study plans ongoing right now, and I think it should be included. As regards the department I work with, where I work, I think we can create and we can prepare optional subjects which can work for the whole university, even though if we do not create new accreditation study plans, study programs according to the standards, to the new standards in place, we can create optional subjects where we can include the Slovak language as a foreign language. And now, as regards the cooperation, for me personally, for us, we had this workshop, capacity workshop. That means networking. We are talking about. I met so many people I didn't know before. I met a student, an undergraduate student I worked with later on my subject. When I was preparing for this conference, I was thinking, what should I do? And the first thing is the discussion. It has to do with meeting people. We need to disseminate information and so that many people can reach it, many people can understand it. And I think networking is also about it. This is the issue I can focus on. And I think the setting of the cooperation has to do with the communication. So that's why it is important that we communicate. And within our brainstorming and communication, we can establish our cooperation. I think the communication is the most important thing.
Pripomenúť všetkých, čo nás
Thank you very
sledujú.
much. I would like to tell all the participants to raise questions via Slido. The questions are not a problem from us, but we would be happy to answer your questions. So this is not just a one-way communication. Luisa, thank you very much for introducing the cooperation, and I'm really happy that the cooperation is being born right now. Lenka, you wanted to mention something. I'm not sure if you're still interested. I just wanted with relation or to the intercultural workers, how an example how raising competence can look like. So about 3 years we've been working with a primary school and kindergarten in Brno borough with high concentration of Vietnamese nationals, and there's the highest number of Vietnamese children. So we provided a consultation and interpretation in contact with parents. So the communication between school and foreign parents is a hot topic in Brno. And our colleague also prepared a few trainings for the teachers regarding pronunciation of Vietnamese names. Or the characteristics, the behavior of Vietnamese people, and why the children learn some things very hardly. So the different nature of the language and of the people, because one professor, a specialist on Vietnamese language, the Czech language and Vietnamese language are totally different. So the mental world of theirs is really different, and
ono se vlastně ukazuje, že pokud ty
it was
nejen pedagogové, ale i třeba ti úředníci si můžou sáhnout na něco, co
well, not the teachers, but also the officers. They could find something what they could use in practice, so they could just take it and put it into practice because they are really interested. So what I wanted to say is the last step of cooperation with the school was that they had we helped them find an intercultural employer to provide methodical support, but the school has its own intercultural consultant. So they also gather the information, they try the other way of operation, and we also help them to solve many conflicts. So this is just an example how the interpreters could help in the field of education. Thank you. We were talking about good practices a lot. Do you have an example how intercultural help or work failed, or it was poorly said? Do you have some real experience which we could learn from? It's a question for all. Benjamin? When the community interpretation, when it comes to community interpretation, the role of interpreter, the position is really important. So a practical example that the infrastructure needs to be provided as well. There needs to be a proper table where the interpreter can sit between the two parties, and this, it happens often that the room is not fitted for such a seating, so the communication also fails. So we do not have the triangle where the social worker or the municipality officer can directly talk to the foreigner, because this is where the community interpreter is only the intermediary and enables the communication. So this is just an easy example where this could fail. Another thing we sometimes have to deal with is that the profession as intercultural worker is rather new, and intergalactic workers, we also call ourselves like this, because many people do not know what, do not understand what we do. Now I'm talking also about social workers who are not specialized in this area of work. It takes us some time before we understand that we need to explain and be patient. What does it mean to work with intercultural worker, and because the different expectations from the social worker or from the officer.
Nejenom, že to může blokovat vyřešení té věci, ale
might prevent solving of the issue, but they also do not understand the potential the social worker can give him or her. To be more clear, we were we were dealing with domestic violence, and it was a service working in the field of domestic violence, but not with foreigners. The problem, which our worker was considered only an interpreter, was that the client told one thing to the social worker, and the second thing and another thing to the interpreter, and this service just told that it is the problem of the interpreter, it is the fault of an interpreter because they just didn't interpret properly. So they were also trying to convince the woman that she will get the children, but she was from Syria, and what's typical in Syria is that the girls are entrusted into the custody of a husband. So there are many misunderstandings where it could be misunderstood but it was the mother who didn't understand that she could be entrusted with the custody of the children, and these are the things which make the case more complicated. And if we would respect the intercultural worker and treat him or consider him all, not only an interpreter. So Mr. Heinrich can certainly tell us that the code of conduct needs to be followed, and the social worker has to also be aware what ethical principles and standards the mediator or the interpreter should follow. So the code of conduct has already been established, and I think the lack of competence by the official is the problem, because they do not understand the scope of the differences when these two environments are confronted. But it also happens that don't tell this and don't tell this and that, but the interpreter is obliged to tell everything, and so according to the code of conduct. And I think this is also a mistake, that we underestimated the awareness of practical
různých
use
organizací a institucí
of special organizations and institutions regarding their activities. So the education is not just about informing them. Luisa, I think Jan wanted to say something. Okay, I also wanted to give you an example when this doesn't work. It doesn't work when we focus on quantity rather on quality, because if we have a subject cultural integration of a foreign student, there was a student enlisted which she had to come with a project, and at the beginning there were more people, but but in the course of time there were less and less, fewer people, and there was only one person left at the end. But what I realized is that I don't think this is a problem, because this develops in time, just like the subject we are having right now. The new subjects such as integration of foreigners and the implementation, and this subjects were also cannot be implemented as we wanted due to the pandemic, but people are enlisting. But we have to understand that this will come in a continuous manner. So this doesn't happen at a time that all the people will be will apply. So sometimes I'm telling myself that we have to set the goals, and then we'll be more will be calmer.
Áno, nevzdávať sa hneď na začiatku, keď náhodou nám to nevychádza podľa
Yes,
toho,
we
čo...
do not have to give up at the beginning when we do not achieve what we want to achieve, right? So that's right. I agree with you. Jan, you would like to add something more as regards the topic of the community interpreting? As regards the code of professional conduct, I think we had different projects established and focused on the community interpreting when we wanted to train interpreters, community interpreters, together with the Institute of Interpreting Studies and Translation Studies. So we had a really good professional cooperation. And within the framework of this project, we created a code of professional conduct. And it has to do with the vision we had as regards the profession of community interpreting. In practice, we can see that it was prevailing. What was prevailing was the cultural knowledge of social workers, and I think there's a slight difference because the basic principles of the code of professional conduct and professional ethics can be transferred or can be passed on cultural and community workers. This is a book which is called Community Interpreters in the field of social services, and I think we would be more than happy if we would be very happy if more organizations could take us as an inspiration. Thank you very much for your inspiration. I think this is a good communication. Benjamin, I would like to follow up. As regards the community interpreting, there is a question from the Slido application. Somebody's asking, what's the level of the community interpreting in Slovakia? What do you think should we do in order to improve this kind of service? It's a very broad question. But of course, we have analyzed the situation in Slovakia as regards the community interpreting, and I can say very shortly that in Slovakia, as regards code interpreting, code translations, this is quite a developed area because we have a good piece of legislation in this field. That means that foreigners are entitled to be represented when they go to a trial, when they go to courts. So this is kind of community interpreting established in our laws. Then we have another type of situations dealing with community interpreting when we need more financial resources or the representatives of municipalities have to be more open and need to gain more knowledge about this situation in Slovakia in this field. It's very difficult to summarize it, but be prepared a publication. My colleague adjunct professor Tužinská and adjunct professor Števková dealt with it. My colleague Ms. Tužinská dealt with the topic of interpreting for asylum seekers, and we dealt with a more broader picture of the community interpreting. So what I see here is to create more possibilities of cooperation. Ms. Urbancová has already said it, that from our side, from our university, we could have a meeting, or this would be an additional piece of information.
Predstaviť, že pri tej akreditácii my už
I can imagine then, as regards the accreditation of study programs, we count with, or we have already established the practical exercise or practice for future interpreters and translators. And I can imagine that within this project, or within the capacity project, there was a survey already performed on when foreigners are situated or when they live. I think we could now find more information about the needs for translations or interpretation, or what kind of what's the type of documents mostly translated, or what's the area that needs to be interpreted more. And in these fields, I think that some of our students, some of the future interpreters and translators can join or can try to gain more practical knowledge and work as interpreters for a labor office. For instance, in Trnava, I can imagine somebody who can translate or interpret into Serbian, or different kind of situation would be in Bratislava and Banská Bystrica, of course. And I would like to say as well that all these bigger cities, all these bigger regional cities have universities that offer interpretation study and translation study programs, so we can cooperate with them. And I think that's where I see the potential of it, the potential of improving things. And we can try something in common with municipalities. Thank you very much, Benjamin. I think we do not have much more time for the discussion. We do not have time for three tips of good pieces of advice, but from Lenka and Jan, you can learn more from their publication about good practices from abroad. I would like to thank to Lenka Šafrankova-Pavličková from Brno. Thank you for participating. Thank you for giving us your tips on how you work at your office. Thank you, Janka. Then to Jan Heinrich from the non-governmental organization META, Association Opportunities of Young Migrants, who told us about communication and language mediators and workers and the possibilities of training. Thank you to Benjamin Bassard, the assistant professor from the Department of Languages of the Philosophical Faculty of the Comenius University in Bratislava, and to the Vice Dean Luisa Urbancová from the Department of Slovak Language and Communication of the Philosophical Faculty of the Matej Bell University in Banská Bystrica. I wish you all the luck with your subjects and the accreditation. So next time we can meet in Banská Bystrica, your university. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you soon. Have a nice day. Thank you very much. Bye.
Matway.
Ještě nedovolí, aby kamera pustili jsme.
Okay.
Aha.
Dobra. Hi, Venus.
Hi, Gregory, how are you?
Good, how about you? Hello,
Good, thank you.
everybody. Good to see you.
And you, Gregory.
And yes, Zachary, yes, good to see you again. Hello, Zuzana. Hello, Yorai. And
hello, good to see you.
Dobrý deň, vítame vás späť v našom štúdiu. Po prestávke pokračujeme v našej konferencii.
Welcome back. We are now in the last panel of the conference focused on participation of foreigners in the municipality. Participation and its different forms is an important tool to make the minority groups equal. Even though the number of foreigners is increasing, their participation, whether political or civic, wasn't in the spotlight so far, but the participation is a great tool to strengthen the sense of belonging and the integration. Participation is mainly discussed only on the political level, but it has various forms, and these forms will be discussed with our guests. So allow me to give the floor to Gregory Fabian, who is a lawyer specialized in human rights. Gregory is from the United States of America, but he has been living in Slovakia since 1993, and in his presentation he will introduce the processes and models of participation of foreigners. So Gregory, you have the floor.
thank you, Elena. Can everyone hear me? Okay. Can everyone see my presentation?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay. Just a second. Share screen.
Perfect.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
You can. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, and I'll put it on full screen. Now, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this. I'm here as an American immigrant as well as a human rights lawyer. I'm going to give basically a list of considerations for how municipalities can promote a dialogue platform to enable political participation of foreigners. Now, I'm going to emphasize this from a human rights compliance standpoint. I always believe that human rights should be the basis for any law, regulation, policy, or procedure, whether it be municipality, national government, or whatever. The next slide, just a minute. So my objective is to give you a human rights compliance basic checklist. Now, here are some standards to consider. The italicized standards are the ones that I found that have been most beneficial in looking at some of the ideas on how to form a dialogue platform, specifically a consultative dialogue platform. Common basic principles of immigrant integration, of course, are the basis. EC Handbook and Integration is quite good as well. I found particularly the Council of Europe document on social participation to be very valuable. And the European White Paper on intercultural dialogue that was spoken about earlier today was very, very good discussion today. And I think that that perhaps some of the participants earlier today have used that paper in their preparation of the project. The Council of Europe Minority Handbook on Minority Consultative Mechanisms, that is specifically for national minorities. But many of the mechanisms they consider there can also be used as models for perhaps to create a foreigners consultative body as well. Okay. Now, first step certainly is to develop a strategy to plan an action specifically for creating a foreigner consultative platform. Certainly this involves a strategy, a plan of action, and a budget. It'd be very important how foreigners representatives will be chosen. If foreigners representatives are chosen by the government, there could be a problem versus the immigrant or foreigners organizations themselves choosing representatives, or perhaps the NGOs or other organizations that are representing them. Now, there's two types of basic consultative platforms. There's the informal consultative platform. This could be established for a particular ad hoc issue relating to foreigners and a problem they might have in the municipality, or a more formalized consultative body established by law, and it has set policies and procedures, it has a budget, all the actors are identified and so on. It could be used, for example, in relation to perhaps there's another consultative body within the municipality or within regional government that could be used as a model as well. The rights and obligations, though, of both the municipal actors and the foreigners and organizations representing them should be carefully prescribed. They should be carefully written down and put into a founding document, if you will. And by the way, it's important to note that European Convention Article 16 allows the government to limit the political activity of aliens in a country. But I should also say that Article 53 says that the convention will not limit if the local government or if the national government wants to give more rights than are provided for in the European Convention on Human Rights. Okay, so it's also very important to know from a human rights perspective, rights and obligations. Now, some decisions that have to be made. First of all, the first two we've talked about, the aims, objectives of the dialogue structure, clear decision about financial and legal framework, but who are the dialogue partners? Now, also, will the legislative body within the municipality be the tiebreaker if there's a dispute that cannot be resolved, say between the municipal body, I should say between the municipal actors and the foreigners consultative body? Also, it should be specified that civil servants, this is not a political issue. They should be apolitical in their dealing with the foreigners' bodies. So party affiliation should not come into it at all. Also, clearly distinguish between an advisory and representative body. An advisory body is a government-appointed body, which may include foreigners, may not. It may include experts who are experts in immigration law and so on, but it's not necessarily representative. I'm talking here about a consultative body where foreigners can begin to participate in government and public affairs. Also, how will the government, to what part of the government will this consultative body be attached? Generally, for example, we would assume it might be the mayor in a municipality, but it also could be attached to some municipal department or a legislative body. But that decision has to be clear. And also, what stage should the consultation between municipal actors and foreigners start? Hopefully, it starts at the beginnings of the policymaking process, where the foreigners can have input and so on. Now, this is from, you notice from the London recommendations on effective participation of national minorities in public life. While this is about national minorities, many of these functions also could very well serve to make a consultative body for foreigners. You know, the right to raise issues with decision makers, prepare recommendations, formulate legislative and other proposals, monitor developments and provide views on proposed government, so on and so on. So this is an interesting paragraph to consider when establishing a consultative body for foreigners as well. Now, there's 4 stages to any successful dialogue platform. The first 2 we always focus on. agreement and preparation, needs assessment, and so on, hopefully with the foreigners themselves, dialogue and exchange, reflection. Now, reflection, reporting, and evaluation and action are sometimes the ones that are shortchanged. They're the ones that perhaps are not so well taken care of. It's important what are the results of the dialogue and exchange, and then evaluation and action. What actions will be taken in order to implement changes that might be necessary. Now, anytime you're anytime you have a foreigner participation policy, it should be mainstreamed through all parts of municipal government, not just through the mayor's office itself, but for example, housing and social protection authorities and social security authorities and so on. Everyone should be aware of this so that it better enables foreigners to be able to participate. Very important also to establish evaluation mechanisms for these platforms. Now, we've talked about benchmarks and goals. Structural indicators, they indicate what the government is committed to on paper. What do we write? What's our policy on paper? Process indicators is actually the efforts that governments actually extend, the actual efforts that governments extend to implement the policy. And finally, outcome indicators are an evaluation over a period of time, whether the process is actually working or not. All right. So structural process and outcome indicators, these are also human rights indicators, are very important. Finally, diversity, equality, and non-discrimination should be an integral part. There should be, of any policy, should be clearly stated. These principles should be clearly stated within the policy document. And by the way, I like to always remind people that equality doesn't mean that government treats everyone the same. If it did, that could result in indirect discrimination. Government equality means the government treats everyone but takes care of the special needs of certain vulnerable, marginalized, and disadvantaged groups. That's true equality. Okay. Also, it is very important that there are effective legal remedies for foreigners should municipalities not comply at law or in practice with any participatory policy that they are implementing. Finally, these are some ways that foreigners can be empowered to participate. It's important. Mary Robinson, the former Commissioner of Human Rights, I should say, the High Commissioner for Human Rights, she said it's important that we empower people to participate in securing what they're entitled to. So this is how foreigners can be empowered. They can be empowered with the right to vote and also the right to be elected. They should have clear pathways for how they can acquire citizenship. They certainly, I really encourage people to look at consultative platforms which provide the opportunity to participate. More importantly, even as important, is how the knowledge of how to use these platforms. The platform is no good if people don't know how to use it. The principle behind the platform should be for both municipal actors and the foreigners themselves, nothing about us without us, all right? So in other words, we want to be consulted anytime there is a policy or procedure or law that may concern us. Also, I enjoyed the conversation this morning about financial support for language study. Now, it's very important that all resources on the municipal level become available to foreigners who perhaps through their own financial situation aren't able to take a continuous language study to enable. All resources should be made available, even perhaps if possible, some free language support for language study. Foreigners participate through the support of civil society organizations, immigrant organizations, and leaders in the immigrant community. And I heard the conversation about intercultural dialogue this morning again was music to my ears. This Council of Europe document on white paper on intercultural dialogue is very good on this subject. finally, I just want to close by saying that participation of foreigners in the municipality can be very controversial. But the more I realize from my work when I work for the OSCE, the more that people can attain their rights, the more that governments respect and protect and fulfill rights, is the more that there is peace, security, and stability in not only the municipality, but in the region and within the nation and even between nations. Thank you for your attention.
Ďakujeme veľmi pekne, Gregory, za túto prezentáciu.
Thank you, Gregory, for your presentation and for defining the options how the foreigners can participate in the affairs and municipality and where they live, and for defining this as a dialogue. So this is also in the international context, because this is often forgotten that there are international documents in place which define participation in a clear manner. It was said more times that foreigners in Slovakia are beneficial for the communities and that they engage, they bring new perspectives, and they often initiate various activities as well and make changes also. Now I would like to give floor to our second guest, Venus Jahanpour, living in Bratislava. She's from Iran, and she's the founder of Brilliant Stars School, focused or specialized in developing the skills of children using holistic approach. And Venus is very active citizen, and she will tell us more about the experience now. So you have the floor.
Thank you. I asked if I can speak English, even though I speak a little bit of Slovak, because when I speak English, I can say what I want instead of what I know. So it was a little bit hard for me to prepare this talk, because I often, unfortunately, do not feel like a foreigner, and I forget about this. It's a little bit like ageism. Until other people point out to you that you are actually older, you don't realize that you're older. So I generally have this experience, and I think it's partly also because of I have been raised in the Baha'i community, and I have been raised to understand that service is an integral part of life. So wherever I move, wherever I live, it doesn't matter for how long, I need to find ways of actually contributing towards the well-being of that city, of that space. And so for me, it has been very normal and natural to find ways to contribute. And I have expressed this before. I feel like inclusion, meaning that I am able and I'm given space to be able to do that contribution. And I think actually everybody in essence wants to do that and feels happier to do that. And whenever all of us who are here in this forum realize that whenever we are engaged in some sort of social action, sooner or later we need to contact local authorities and become very involved with them. So in that sense, all kinds of platforms become very important, and knowing how to approach. And Elena asked me to share some examples of why I started becoming engaged in this way. And I want to tell you a story that as I have a school, one day I overheard the cook in our school saying that she asked the municipality of, I live in Bratislava, with one local municipality. She asked them to give her some soil because she wanted to plant outside her home, the Panelak, the building. And I was very surprised that if one can really ask about these things to the municipality and if they actually will contribute towards that. And I was surprised that she said, yes, it actually happened. At the time, I was engaged with my friends in Banská Bystrica, which is a town in the center of Slovakia, in some educational project that we were doing within a settlement, Roma settlement, at the outskirts of the city. And I decided to test this to see if it is really every municipality is such. And I wrote a letter to, I know that there are people from Banska Bystrica here, so I thought I'd tell this story. I decided to write a letter to the authorities, to the city hall, and tell them that in this settlement there is no playground for the children, and the children are playing in the dust and soil, and if there is any possibility they can help. I learned, of course, soon that the city had not built any playground for the last 10 years, and of course they would not have the finances to do it immediately there. And also all the Romas that I was working with, they try to convince me this is impossible. They will not do anything. The city will not do anything about this situation. But I decided to write a letter nevertheless. And I was very surprised, positive surprised, that actually from city authorities they came, we arranged meetings and so on, and eventually a playground appeared, an old one that was not used, but nevertheless a playground was brought there, and this was amazing because it built trust among the Romas who were living there, and actually my other friends who were engaged in this project, to see that it's possible, it's doable, and for me was also a proof that had I not heard this from the cook, I would not think that the city is there. It actually, even this small thing helped me to see that the city is, after all, is there to help the citizens who want to be engaged, and the city want to contribute. And I am sharing this story because I think most people, wherever we come from, I think maybe if we are from Scandinavian countries, it's a little bit different. But if I come from Iran or in Slovakia, this is the mindset, is that the city is not there for me, and this trust need to be built. So, so back in Bratislava, then I decided. Now that I had tested in Banska Bystrica, I decided our school is very focused on climate change and environmental studies, and we had planted everything possible in our school garden, but we needed to go outside the garden, and we wanted to plant trees around the school and and I had contacted the city authorities before, and now this empowered me to do more, to try again and again. And of course it took a while, but we started writing and contacting the city authorities saying that we want to do such a thing, and eventually even meeting with the local mayor. And eventually, of course it took a while, but we got a permission to actually start planting trees outside in the neighborhood. And last year, when the SVEC and Nadacia Milana Šimečka, I think as part of this project of KapaCITY, they organized a lunch with the mayor of Bratislava. Then I could ask during this session, I could also ask the mayor, why the city is not announcing a climate emergency, and why the mayor had decided to only plant 10,000 trees in the city, and why not 1 million trees, as I had seen on some Facebook sites that is being done. And as a result of this conversation, then he asked me to be joining the team of the city and planting more trees. We actually, 2 months ago, we planted 50 trees in the local neighborhood, and today I'm working with the city authorities and as part of my team to plant eventually in the next 2 or 3 years, I hope 2 years, the next 9,000 trees that is remain to be done. So this is just an example of how we can be engaged, and how I am thrilled that the city has actually invited, I think as a result of this platform that has been created, to be able to contribute in this way. I feel part of a good governance is to identify and to empower the local resources and the human resources that is available. Now, foreigners, to me, coming from a diverse cultures, they and we know that each culture has unique qualities, unique attributes, and I think as a local national government, we want to incorporate these unique qualities as soon as possible. In fact, the sooner the better, because before they are becoming assimilated and becoming like others. Because in a way, being a foreigner, you think a little bit out of the box because you are not in the box. And so I think I consider it is a good city and good city management when all these new resources are used as soon as possible. And a foreigner, of course, moving to a city, yes, has a lot of challenges, but is also full of anticipation and full of energy. So cities are clever when they try to incorporate this as soon as possible and enlist the support and contribution of the foreigners. The challenges I have faced in trying to engage in various levels is the challenge that I think even a Slovak citizen faces. And that is partly is the, beside other things that have been mentioned in the conference, I would say the language, the jargon maybe that is used in the offices. You know, you think you know the language, but you go in and you don't understand what is said. So I want to really encourage to think about this, that and I know this is very typical, like whatever institution we are, I know as a headmaster of a school, I use a certain language that other people who are working here, day in, day out, they understand, but their parents who come in doesn't know what it means. And so I have to clarify it. So I think this is one of the challenges I have faced. But at the same time, I was very happy when my daughter a year ago started also engaging in a number of activities with the local authorities. Started writing not very perfect Slovak letters, and yet it worked. So it is good to tell the foreigners that you don't need to speak perfect Slovak before you're engaged, but equally I was happy that the city is becoming more and more flexible, that is acceptable, and despite not having these perfectly written Slovak letters. So I think with these stories, I wanted to say there needs to be some spaces where the foreigners can find out what are the opportunities in town, what are the needs of the town, what is it a city wants to do and needs assistance with, so that they can also give their contribution, not only like how their lives can become easier, but also how they can contribute. And I think a good example that has helped me, it has been the ongoing learning spaces that the Baha'i community, for example, has created, and these are available in every city. So, and as you know, if you're familiar with it, within the Baha'i community, we don't have the concept of kind of being foreigner. The moment somebody moves to a city, it becomes part of that community. But these spaces helps to consult and hear about the issues. Another good space for me has been the Metropolitan Institute that has invited the foreigners, and I have been very happy to be part of it. The fairs that, for example, Nadasia Milan Šemečka every year has organized and has given space to be able to meet other foreigners, but other local agencies and get to know them. And I think foreigners need to be welcomed, because for me, using the analogy of a school is like a child who is new and comes to a classroom, initially needs a bit of invitation and welcoming, and then they can fully join. So it's like a shy child in a playground at the beginning. Feels like this, but very soon, with a little bit of welcome and introduction, they can soon join, and they can be really an asset for the city. I just want to share an example perhaps that can work in every school, because I know SVEC organization, who's part of this forum, they had said that in every schools, for example, in the country, there are foreigners who are living there. In my school, we have 39 different nationalities, and one of the things we do is that every month 2 or 3 families are invited to come to the school and to present their cultures to the classrooms, and we even cook the food of that country. And this way we can really incorporate. After that, the engagement becomes a lot more engagement to those parents, and those are the examples. Yeah.
Venus, I'm very sorry, but we will have to cut short.
I actually finished. Yes.
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 Lebo máme veľmi málo času.
Yeah. Thank you.
Takže
okay, so I'm really sorry, Eunice, but thank you very much for sharing with us your experience and for pointing out to the trust, which is very important to be built through participation, and to the barriers which the foreigners might change when they want to participate in their town.
Aj na to, čo by malo byť úlohou vlastne
And
miest.
pointing out also to the tasks of the municipality, and that's the identification of the human potential and its use. I would like to remind you that you can raise questions using Slido app. We will try to find some time at the end of this panel to answer your questions. And now I would like to give the floor to Juraj Hurny from the Metropolitan Institute of Bratislava, who is an expert on participative planning. And in his presentation, he will tell us more about the process of integrating of participating foreigners. Okay, so good afternoon. I will start my presentation.
Predpokladám, že by to malo byť vidieť. Tak. Ja teda sa volám Juraj Hurny,
So my name is Juraj Hurny. I'm responsible for participative projects at the Participative Planning Office at the Metropolitan Institute, Bratislava, and I would like to tell you more about the revitalization of the Grösling Spa in Bratislava and how the foreigners were involved in this process. At the beginning, I would like to start with this project being one of the key projects of the city to renew the historical spa, which is familiar to all the citizens of Bratislava, and participative process was also part of this project, which was behind the procurement, and we cooperated with the culture department in the city of Bratislava and also with the city library. It's important to say that we cooperated with the city library because the entire project or the renewal of the spa, we will not in the future. This will not be only spa as it is known to the older generation, maybe, but one of the departments of the city library will be moved to this spa. So that's the reason why the city library was invited to join the process. The context. So we have to also elaborate on that. This project was started in 2020. So. A year mostly affected by the pandemic, and as the process was set at the beginning, we had to rework, or we had to change almost the entire project, all the activities, the PR activities stopped, and we are always in face-to-face contact with the public, and we had to find new ways how to communicate and keep the dialogue with the public. The participative process was based on focus groups, on organizing focus groups, and with a survey in the form of questionnaires. And the outcomes of these activities were used to specify the assignment for the architectural competition, and the final assignment was also prepared used on this participative process. So there are two ways how to engage the public, and this is what the foreigners are mentioned. So there was an online survey with questions whether they use City Library Bratislava or other libraries, and whether they use some SPA. And we had more than 2,000 respondents. We also translated the questionnaire into English. I will talk about this later, why we decided for the translation, but it was conducted merely online because there were more women participating in our questionnaire, and in the age between 26 to 40. And the second thing we did was where the focus group in September 2020, and here once again the focus group specialized in foreigners was established, and we also established new focus groups which were composed of students, seniors, foreigners, and representatives of people with disabilities. And why do we do this? Because these issues are not considered so often. Well, it is not the standard public. These people are not the standard public we ask. So the baseline for the subject was, since the establishment of our office, inclusive planning is what we were focusing on, and we are still in the pilot project. We are trying out new things, new approaches, and Bratislava in the history, the participation with the public wasn't in charge, wasn't in the responsibility of the municipality, but of various associations or organizations which replace this activity. And what we are trying to do is to include these activities in the city planning and to improve our project. So I think involvement of foreigners is closely related to the inclusive planning. The second reason why foreigners were chosen is that the history of the Brusling SPA is in 19th century, and Bratislava was a multicultural town in 19th and 20th century, and Slovak citizens were not only the biggest group that we had. There were German and Hungarian citizens as well. So this is the historical context, as all the generation might remember this SPA. So it was also closely connected to the multilingualism of Bratislava. One of the biggest projects of Metropolitan Institute, and that's why we decided to include the participation as well. And last but not least, our motivation was also our own curiosity, how the views of foreigners could be different from the way of operation or of libraries, and how they use our SPAs. So we wanted to compare their approaches or their attitudes with the approach of Slovak nationals. So the questionnaire was translated, and the focus group was intended for the foreign citizens. More than 2,000 respondents took part in the questionnaire. Almost 4% were respondents using Slovak version, English version. It might seem that they were not, the 4% is not enough, but we try to analyze this from different perspectives. How or why did only so few people took part, or just only 4%? I think that from our experience, how to target the foreign groups wasn't ideal, but maybe the unknown brand of Metropolitan Institute, which is still being shaped right now. Also, another reason might be that Grösling Spa is really historical building in Bratislava. So maybe they also felt that they had to, or they wanted to engage in the questionnaire and to be part of it. So maybe they didn't, maybe the foreigners didn't know or didn't consider the Grösling Spa so important. And also the expats are not interested that much in engaging in such process. And maybe this group of foreigners is not used to be asked such questions, and that someone tries to engage them and involve them in the process. So when we compare the individual needs of respondents, the English respondents, we also the assumption was that Slovak is not their native or their mother tongue. So also their approaches were different. So what are the outcomes of the project output? Considering the experience with City Library, people who do not speak Slovak or who use a different language do not visit libraries in Bratislava so often, and that could be one of the reasons why, when we ask about the reasons why they do not go to the libraries, they said the lack of English literature or literature in English language, because the workers at the library also didn't have sufficient English skills and weren't able to communicate in English that well.
Zároveň, ale keď sme sa vlastne
literature available wasn't in English language. How the premises could be improved in the future. Also, we wanted to use experience from abroad, how the new library, our modern libraries could look like, because these spa and wellness activities, it was more or less identical to the Slovak respondents. But here we wanted to appeal, we wanted to focus on the different space which could provide some meeting opportunities. So library is not just a place where you want to borrow books, or it can be also used in a different way, and libraries can be also one of the places where foreigners could meet and be involved in the community. And the last thing, the way of communication, we use the official channels of the city. We also use Slovak Spectator and Facebook groups for foreigners in Bratislava. Even though these groups are really big, it was difficult to join these groups and to promote the questionnaires, but Milan Šimečka Foundation helped us really much with engaging the foreigners, considering the focus group. When we try to organize the focus groups, I think it was thanks to Milan Šimečka Foundation that we were able to achieve or to involve the foreigners. So I think at the end of the day, we can still consider this outcome positive outcome, and what is also significant and positive for us is that the open questions in the questionnaire, and in the focus groups, many people were thankful and thanked us for trying to communicate with them, and because they didn't have such experience before, and they were very thankful for the opportunity to be part of the project, even though they didn't have enough information about it. But the idea of a new premises in Bratislava was really nice to them. And this is a picture how the historical building looks like. You might know this. So thank you very much. I'm open to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hörny, for your approach, for your presentation, and for the reflection on how it worked, what failed, what was a success, what was successful. Should you have any questions, please send them through the Slido application, and at the end we will have some time to answer them. Now we will go to Banská Bystrica, a partner city within the KapaCITY project, and Ms. Zuzana Kajdašíková, who works for the municipal office of the city of Banská Bystrica at the International Relations Department, will talk to us about her experience with the participation of foreigners in municipalities. So, Ms. Kajdašíková, you have the floor. Hello to everyone.
Zazdieľať prezentáciu, tak iba ak by ste mi dali vedieť, či ju vidíte.
Can you see it?
Ďakujem pekne.
Yes, thank you.
Takže ešte raz pekný deň vám všetkým. Volám sa Zuzana Kajdašíková a hlasím sa vám momentálne z Banskej Bystrice. Z toho, čo sme už mali možnosť dneska v priebehu celého dňa počuť, je veľmi vzácne, že cudzinci žijúci na Slovensku a aj v Banskej Bystrici majú záujem a chuť zapájať sa do vecí verejných a do vecí slúžiacich na chod samosprávy. No a ja by som si s vami rada pohovorila aj o tom, ako samospráva môže, ako by chcela povzbudiť cudzincov na svojom území, aby naozaj participovali a aby sme o sebe vedeli čo najviac. Možno by som vám na začiatok predstavila to, ako sme my rozmýšľali v Banskej Bystrici, kým sme začali tvoriť takú našu internú stratégiu na podporu participácie cudzincov. A síce pozreli sme sa jednak na štatistiku cudzincov, ktorí u nás žijú, a zároveň vďaka vstupnej správe z CVQ, ktorú sme dostali v roku 2018, sme mali aký taký prehľad o tom, akí cudzinci a v akých počtoch u nás žijú. Keď sa pozriete sem, tak vlastne to podstatné, čo chcem poukázať, je veková štruktúra cudzincov, ktoré v Banskej Bystrici žijú. A tuto následne vidíme aj to, čomu sa venujú ich účel. Totižto na základe tej správy SVEKu sme zistili, že cudzinci, ktorí u nás žijú, ako keby neprekračovali komunity, v ktorých sa vyskytujú, tie komunity tvoriace či už rodinou, priateľmi alebo blízkym okolím, a tak aj pre majoritnú časť obyvateľstva, ale aj medzi iné skupiny cudzincov sú ako keby neviditeľní. Preto, keď sme ich chceli osloviť, stanovili sme si taký základný cieľ, že chceme vedieť, akí cudzinci u nás žijú a čomu sa venujú. Rovnako to, ak poznáme, čo cudzinci u nás robia, nám pomôže stanoviť si také ciele našej komunikačnej stratégie voči nim. Niekedy sme mali pocit, že ak sme chceli osloviť čo najväčšiu komunitu cudzincov u nás, bolo to ako keby podujatie pre všetkých, no zároveň pre nikoho. Oveľa osložnejšie sa nám začalo javiť centralizovať našu pozornosť na rôzne skupiny, možno nie podľa krajiny pôvodu, ak to nebolo v tej chvíli nevyhnutné, ale možno na to, čomu sa u nás venujú, alebo prečo v Banskej Bystrici žijú. Začali sme vytvárať projekty, podujatia a možno materiály zamerané pre určitú skupinu, či už na základe povolenia alebo štúdia. Ak ste videli tie čísla predtým, tak vlastne v Banskej Bystrici je majorita časť cudzincov práve kvôli štúdiu, kvôli povolaniu alebo kvôli živnosti. No a začali sme v tej sekcii povolania alebo štúdiu komunikovať s odborníkmi alebo študentmi študujúci rôznu oblasť a ako keby tú interakciu smerovať na tú odbornú stránku. Zase, ak sme mali potrebu niečo komunikovať, prekladať, šíriť informáciu podľa krajiny pôvodu, využili sme fóra, ktoré združovali cudzincov žijúcich u nás práve na základe krajiny pôvodu, alebo teda jazyku, ktorým komunikovali. V istej fáze sme si uvedomili, že je dôležité vedieť o sebe a o všetkých aktéroch, ktorí v meste pôsobia a venujú sa cudzincom. A teda našou takou ambíciou pre budúcnosť je sieťovať konzuláty, inštitúcie, združenie, jazykové centrá či mimovládne organizácie, ktoré zastupujú občanov krajín, z ktorých cudzinci pochádzajú. No a takou treťou hlavnou alebo najviac viditeľnou oblasťou, v ktorej s cudzincami spolupracujeme, je kultúra umenie. Tuto sú tie také klasické, najviac viditeľné a najviac odpropagovateľné aktivity, ako napríklad vzdelávania, semináre, umelci a podobné záležitosti. A tu zároveň badáme aj takú najväčšiu potrebu cudzincov obrátiť sa na samosprávu ako takú. A mám na mysli povinnosti, ktoré si musia organizátori podujatí splniť voči samospráve. Opäť aj v tejto oblasti badáme dôležitosť linkovania a sieťovania všetkých aktérov u nás. Myslím, má to šťastie, že pôsobí tu veľa jazykových centier, jazykových škôl, kultúrnych spolkov a tak ďalej. A preto aj v tejto oblasti sa snažíme poskytovať ako taký dážnik pre čo najviac aktérov, aby sme teda zasiahli čo najväčšiu skupinu ľudí. Keď sme si vytipovali, že možno toto bude taká stratégia, ako komunikovať potreby samosprávy alebo vlastne aj aktuality zdieľania samosprávy, snažili sme sa tiež zvoliť si ako také, ja to možno volám také jadrové skupiny, alebo teda jadrové kontakty, ktoré nám pomôžu dostať sa aj ďalej medzi cudzincov, ktorí u nás žijú a možno ďalej získať väčší ten bazén kontaktov a väčšiu interakciu s cudzincami u nás. No a možno ešte také oficiálnené inštitúcie, ktoré v Banskej Bystrici pôsobia, ktoré sa venujú participácii cudzincov. Sú to poradné orgány primátora mesta Banská Bystrica. Už v predošlých prezentáciách sme sa zamýšľali nad tým, že či je dobré zahrnúť cudzincov do existujúcich orgánov samosprávy, alebo skôr možno vytvoriť poradné orgány alebo nejaké konzultačné orgány vyslovene pre cudzincov. My sme sa aktuálne rozhodli, možno aj pre tie čísla, ktoré v Banskej Bystrici nie sú zatiaľ až tak vysoké, ako keby pozvať cudzincov do už existujúcich zložiek samosprávy a ponúknuť prostredníctvom svojich zástupcov možnosť, aby teda svoje podnety, možno nejaké nápady, ale aj to, čím sa v každodennom živote stretávajú, tlmočiť na úrovni mesta, či už priamo pred vedením samosprávy, alebo pred komisiami, či inými odbornými útvarmi. No a takýmito poradnými orgánmi, s ktorými teda máme záujem ďalej spolupracovať v kontexte cudzincov, je napríklad Rada primátora mesta pre študentov, Rada primátora pre mimovládne neziskové organizácie alebo aj seniorov. Pravdou je, že korona nám zasiahla aj do tejto ambície, tým, že väčšina stratégií momentálne prebieha online a viac menej sa selektujú podľa dôležitosti a možno nie sú na takej úrovni, ako by boli v predkoronovom a dúfajme, že čoskoro aj po koronovom období. Toto je taká ambícia, ktorú si chceme splniť v blízkej budúcnosti. Jednoducho cítiť tých cudzincov na tej každodennej báze, čo sa týka už existujúcich orgánov v meste. Čo je však zaujímavé, ako teda funguje aj v koronovom období, je priama účasť cudzincov pri aktuálnych otázkach a formovaní našich politík. Ak som spomínala, že študenti sú, respektíve, že cudzinci, ktorí u nás žijú, sú v veľkej miere študenti, tak sme sa zamýšľali nad tým, ako tento hlas, ako túto skutočnosť využiť v náš prospech. A teda poprosili sme Erasmus študentov, ktorí prišli na jeden či obidva semestre do Bystrice, aby nám pomohli s tým, ako vnímajú Banskú Bystricu oni z pohľadu niekoho, kto tu trávi prvé nesmelé kroky. Jednoducho možno nehovorí jazykom, možno nemá také zázemie a možno vidí to, čo my v bežnom živote už vôbec nevnímame. No a formou dotazníkov sme ich poprosili o ich názor na také kľúčové otázky, ako je napríklad bezpečnosť v meste, doprava, kultúra, jazykové zručnosti, či už úradníkov, alebo možno zástupcov služieb, s ktorými prichádzajú do kontaktu. No a to nám tak jednak nastavilo zrkadlo a jednak možno upriamilo našu pozornosť smerom, ktorý sme dovtedy nebrali v úvahu. Rovnako podobným zámerom v veľmi nedávnej minulosti, priam až v súčasnosti, momentálne prebieha ešte stále táto aktivita, bolo vypracovanie dotazníkov cielených pre riaditeľov materských a základných škôl v zriaďovateľskej kompetencii mesta a zároveň aj pre rodičov detí cudzincov, ktorí u nás žijú. Veľká vďaka patrí CVEKu, ktorý nám so zostávaním týchto dotazníkov vo veľmi veľkej miere až úplne pomáhal. No a vlastne cieľom tohto dotazníka bolo poznať podmienky integrácie detí v inštitúciách, ktoré mesto Banská Bystrica vie priamo ovplyvniť, pretože povedali sme si, že chceme začať od seba jednoducho, že začať pracovať na tom, na čom reálne aj máme nejaký dosah a vieme zmeniť podmienky. Čiže poznať podmienky integrácie detí z pohľadu riaditeľov alebo učiteľov, ktorí sa stretávajú s deťmi cudzincov a porovnať ich následne s tým, ako proces integrácie vnímajú rodičia. Zber dotazníkov bol vyhodnotenie práve prebieha, ale už teraz teda vidíme asi, kde môžeme ešte ako samospráva pridať a práve toto je možno jeden zo spôsobov, ako samospráva ako taká benefituje z participácie a chuti cudzincov spolupracovať a zároveň tiež ako cudzinci vnímajú segmenty každodenného života, ktoré pre nás ako majoritné obyvateľstvo možno nevždy reflektujeme tak, ako reálne.
Sometimes we just do not think about them
while
they're present in our cities. Of course, the pandemic has affected us, and many things were changed. Sometimes we can say that it was in a positive way because we had a positive cooperation in Banská Bystrica. I think that we also received assistance during the pandemic, during the different waves of a pandemic, because at the beginning it was very difficult to cope with constant change of regulations, legal framework, legislation, etc., because we wanted to get as much information as possible and very fast. And some of the foreigners were also took the initiative and took a very proactive way because they distributed the information, they helped us with the translation and interpretation of different information, and they also helped other foreigners when dealing and when struggling with difficulties. And then another example when students asked us if we could establish and set a mobile sample testing site. Some were established only for a couple of weeks and a month, and finally we established such mobile sample testing site, and it was very praised by many foreigners, and also our municipality was happy with our work. So I think having a targeted communication is one of the keys to success in this field.
Tú poličku s názvom participácia alebo teda zapájanie cudzincov
broaden and to improve
nám
the
otvorilo mnohé
concept
výzvy,
of participation of involvement of foreigners. We also
medzi také najakútnejšie patrí spájanie a synergia medzi komunitami cudzincov a samosprávou ako takou, v zmysle posilnenie pocitu vzájomného partnerstva, aby cudzinci vnímali samosprávu ako svojho partnera, ako niekoho, kto im chce pomôcť a možno vie im mnoho vecí zjednodušiť. A zároveň, aby sme my úradníci nevnímali cudzinca ako ako niekoho, kto možno pridáva prácu, alebo prináša niečo, čo je mimo hranice nášho komfortu. Radi by sme viacej využili pozíciu kultúrneho mediátora, čo bol inštitút zriadený práve projektom KapaCITY vo vzťahu ku cudzincom. No a možno taká úloha na úrad dovnútra je pamätanie na cudzincov pri tvorbe politík, pri podávaní informácií, výstupov samosprávy v jazykoch komunít, aby jednoducho pri každom kroku, ktorý realizujeme, sme ako si automaticky mysleli aj na tých, ktorí možno nerozumejú jazyku, ktorí sa nachádzajú v špecifických situáciách a ktorí sú možno v istej forme svojho života zraniteľní alebo zraniteľnejší než to majoritné obyvateľstvo. No a ďalej by sme radi teda pokračovali v identifikovaní a nastaveniach procesov uľahčujúcich integráciu cudzincov, ako už bolo ráno spomenuté, či už prehlbovaním programov miestnych politík, miestnej legislatívy a podobných dokumentov.
And improve strategic materials.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Robí v téme
Thank you too, Ms. Gajdošíková, for participation, for demonstrating your participation. It could be really beneficial for the entire community when the dialogue is open and when you can use their help in the situations as today. I think we should also underscore that the city realized that foreigners are an invisible group, and since from this moment you started to change this perception or change this fact. You also mentioned cultural mediators, and more on this will tell us our colleague from Human Rights League, Barbara Mešová, who will tell us more about how they worked with cultural mediators. Thank you. Could you please start the presentation? Okay, so good afternoon. What we mentioned earlier that is that when we mapped the situation, we have realized that the motto which was used throughout the project was that the municipality doesn't know its foreigners, and foreigners do not know the municipality. So cultural mediators were the solution we tried to offer as a model of helping the communities or the foreigners. So we decided for a model of employing cultural mediators within the project. What you can see on the screen is a campaign at the beginning of the project. So we created these postcards and we tried to share them within the municipality. They were also connected to the survey we did to find out how foreigners view our municipality and what are their basic needs. It also helped us find new contacts for the foreigners, so the people who filled out the questionnaires and shared their needs, and also, of course, when they agreed, they were included in the mailing list, which we, through cultural mediators and municipalities, sent in a newsletter about the municipality and what's new in the municipality. What's the most important part is that thanks to this campaign and this research of ours in the communities in Bratislava, Trnava, Banská Bystrica or Košice as well. Of course, in Košice, self-governing region was quite a challenge because it's a large area, large territory. So we found foreigners from communities living in the municipalities in question. Throughout the project, there were 14 people involved in the role of cultural mediators, and these were from 10 different countries, of course, from Serbia, Iran, Vietnam, USA, San Salvador, Armenia, and the last country was Slovakia, because it happened to us that we had some among the cultural mediators, there were also people who were citizens in Slovakia, also with mixed identity, for instance. So we try to find cultural mediators in the municipalities. Okay. Okay, so we try to find cultural mediators in different ways in Bratislava, Trnava, Banská Bystrica, and Košice as well. And these mediators help us in our goals. So considering the some job description of the cultural mediators, it's a person who can penetrate the community and has impact on can have impact on the community. So the cultural mediators involved in our project help us with interpretation and translation, and they also help the municipality, as mentioned by Ms. Gajdošíková in Banská Bystrica. So the culture mediators were very active, and they also helped us to find or to find out the needs of the foreigners. For instance, considering the Slovakia-wide testing we had. And the second part of the motto, that the foreigners didn't know the municipality, was demonstrated also because at first we needed to get the information to the foreigners, because when we approached the foreigners and tried to find out what needs they have and what they are interested in, so there were long lines in the immigration police and problems with the residents. So this is not the area where the municipality can be of assistance, but another part which we tried to address during the trainings was to help the municipalities to get to know the municipality. Some of them also have a right to vote or a right to be elected, and in the regional election, and also what are the tasks and competences of the municipality. So just in a nutshell, I will go through these pictures I have in the presentation. Okay, so we were meeting in Košice with foreigners, and we talked about Košice region, that Košice is a city and there are boroughs in Košice. What are the jobs or responsibilities of these boroughs? We tried to find out their needs, and we showed them our findings. We also met in Banská Bystrica and other cities, in Bratislava as well. Trnava. And in all the involved municipalities. What's important is that we used we were meeting various groups for foreigners, but we wanted to solve the issue that they do not know the municipality and the responsibilities of the municipality. So thank you, Basha, very much for this very short summary of how you cooperated with cultural mediators. Now we can move on to creating platforms for foreigners in municipalities, and our colleague Nina Galanska from the Milan Šimečka Foundation will tell you more.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. We can start with my presentation. Perhaps we may not start, or perhaps it's me, or perhaps it's the technical stuff. Okay, no, we can start. So I would like to talk to you about, very briefly, about the participation of foreigners in municipalities. So very briefly, it's from the guidebook drafted by the Central for the Research of Ethnicity and Culture. It is based on participative methods. We use questionnaires. It was mentioned also by Ms. Gajdošíková. We also had roundtables with foreigners mentioned by Basha. We also had neighborhood meetings and consultation stand. That's below the left. We had a festival, soup festival organized, and we also had public audition, sorry, and we also established a working group in this field. I will try to slow down my pace because I'm speaking quite fast, and I will try to switch all the slides. So in 2019 and 2021, we organized several meetings in order to establish informal platforms composed of committees, etc., at the level of municipalities. Like it was mentioned by Basha, we had a meeting with foreigners in Košice, where we presented the possibilities of the creation of a platform for foreigners. We will mention the lunch the mayor of Bratislava had with foreigners, and we also organized a meeting with foreigners in Trnava. We did not establish an informal group of people, but we were talking about the involvement, about the cultural mediator, about the role of a cultural mediator with the municipality representatives. In 2020, we managed to organize meetings with foreigners in Bratislava, which were like a follow-up of the lunch we had with the mayor of Bratislava. We wanted to involve foreigners in the drafting of the strategic material for Bratislava, and we want to also use these contacts to for the creation of informal platforms formed by foreigners, and we would like to create a space where foreigners could consult several issues, where we could meet with representatives of our municipalities. And these platforms should be a space for the participation at local level, and it has to be based on the involvement of foreigners. Like it was already mentioned, this platform is already, or these meetings seem to be very optimistic in Bratislava. And in 2021, this year, we had a similar meeting in Banská Bystrica with Ms. Gajdošíková, who represents the municipal office of Banská Bystrica. The potential of Banská Bystrica has to do with the participation and with meetings with foreigners, like it was presented by Ms. Gajdošíková. I hope that the interpreters can keep up with my pace of speech. And as to the platform of foreigners in Bratislava, in an ideal situation, it could be a kind of an advisory body. It could be a place for for the provision of information in all the available languages, and it could be an advocacy group or a lobby group. And we need to define the identity of such a platform because it has to deal with foreigners, and all the persons involved have to be cultural mediators, NGOs, and civil society organizations. Very briefly, challenges and opportunities of creation of platforms at local level. Why is it important to create such platforms? We have already heard that today. Why to create platforms for foreigners? Because we need to increase the participation of foreigners and their involvement in the democratic process and the integration policy making. And we have to bear in mind that such bodies that already exist are not strong enough. That's why this platform has to come from below. In Bratislava, we would like to change some policies that are already existing. That's why we need to have a good cooperation with Bratislava. We need to have members who are appointed, and we need to have financial resources which are sufficient for the functioning of our activities, for carrying out our activities. What is the goal of the creation of such platforms and advisory groups? We would like to improve communication between foreigners and other inhabitants, other citizens at local level. Yes, thank you very much for your attention. That would be the last slide of my presentation. I think we do not need to add anything. Since we are a bit behind the schedule, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Zachary Gallant from the German city of Unkel, who deals with the integration. Deals with the topic of the integration of foreigners, and he's going to talk to us about his experience, about the platforms and advisory bodies that already exist in Germany. Thank you very much, Zachary. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. This has been really wonderful. Yeah, so first I want to say how wonderful it is that you guys are holding this workshop. Western and Northern European societies tend to be rather self-satisfied and have a feeling of superiority over other places and a feeling that they have nothing to learn from outside. And the invitation to speak here shows a willingness to learn from the mistakes and also successes, but I would say mostly mistakes from other places that have undertaken these kinds of efforts. And yeah, it's excellent that you guys are attempting to do this as well. My name is Zachary Gallant. I am the Vice Chairman of the Migrants Advisory Council of the region of Neuwied in Germany in the Rhineland, and a member and one of the people who called into existence the same body on the local level at the municipality of Unkel. I have a number of things to go through here. I'm going to go through them very quickly. But first I wanted to say that you are incredibly lucky as you build whatever you choose to build, that you have Gregory Fabian here, because I have to say much less of what I intended to say because he covered so much of the actual protocol of how these bodies are created. I have lived for the past nearly 14 years in Europe. I've lived for the past 7 years in the small town of Unkel. And yeah, I have been a migrant in the Balkans, a migrant in Germany, and the experience of not having a voice in the making of laws inspired me to get involved here. We went through in Unkel the processes that Gregory laid out. I hope that everyone who's involved in or interested in creating such a body gets Gregory's slides and all the documentation that he put forward. We made a number of failures. It was expressed by the local government as a representative body, and it turned out to be a consultative body, which was a huge disappointment to migrants. And this is something that should be very, very clear from the very first moment. Partisan representation is very much present in our body where it should not be. Parties appoint their own representatives to a body and they have their own partisan feelings towards it. What else? In the actual formation of the body, there was very little migrant input I was one of 2 migrants and the rest were politicians, which meant that migrants were less interested in engaging with the body itself, as they did not have an initial. So look at those documents, read through those documents carefully and take them to heart, because they can make your work stronger. Yeah, nothing about us without us is really very important. But this is not abnormal, at least not in Germany. I founded a migrant integration NGO based on neighbors of different backgrounds working together as equals. And over a short time, it was co-opted by Germans, and migrant voices were pushed out. It became an action on behalf of migrants and not alongside new neighbors. And the attempt to build this advisory or consultative body went along very, very similar lines. It started with strong migrant presence and quickly tapered out into a bureaucratic German effort. Please don't do that. Let's see. I talked with Elena about what to talk about. It went for an hour. I'm supposed to do it in less than 10 minutes. I'm going to do my best. In the German economy experienced an economic miracle in the 1950s and 60s, and it only experienced it because of migrants. And these migrants were not expected to stay, were expected to live in little ghettos and then get out. Many of them did not, many of them stayed. By lack of integration policies, a parallel society developed, and many very expensive problems came up because of this. In the late 1980s, after some 30 years of these issues, multiple regions of Germany attempted to expand voting rights to non-citizen residents to bring people in. These attempts were struck down by the German Federal Constitutional Court on October 31st of 1990 in a ruling that interpreted the phrase "the people" in the German Basic Law to mean specifically German citizen residents. The EU has been very useful in expanding rights to actual EU citizens who are not German citizens. However, this leaves a significant portion of German migrants still unable to vote. A number of really good NGOs evolved in order to bring migrant engagement in, but were somewhat successful, but still people's democratic voices were not lifted. The situation led to certain clever and well-intentioned bureaucrats to create migrant advisory committees. I had a PowerPoint. I'm scrapping the PowerPoint because there's just too much content. The migrants advisory committees were originally called Ausländerbeiräte. That means the Foreigners Council. What that meant was that people with a foreigner's background or a migration background were represented on these councils. It has recently shifted to become councils for migration and integration, which also means that non-migrants and anyone with an interest in integration and migration gets to have a voice on this council, which means it is no longer a voice for migrants. It has its own use, but it is not what it was advertised as. They've been utilized in major cities with large migrant populations in Germany since the 1980s, increasingly popular. And the town of Unkel, which has a population, the entire municipality has 13,000 people, implemented their own because they thought it would be a good idea, not because they were mandated to. There are really good things about these consultative bodies. They can allow for two-way communications. I know that Elena told me about the issue of Serbian guest workers being very isolated from the rest of society. One of the benefits of these bodies is that they allow communication between the state and these isolated communities. Migrants who choose to use these councils can have their concerns heard and reported to the affiliated government. And yeah, this has, thank you for the time is almost up. Good. Coronavirus was a really useful example of how these can be used. The council put out all of the necessary information in 7 different languages, and it has really fought the spread of the virus among migrant communities. It's been very useful. At the other side, it institutionalizes certain racist aspects of Germany. And I'm sorry that my time is almost up because there's so much more to say. The last thing I want to say is if you implement one of these bodies, it is, you need to support your advocates, you need to support your NGOs, you need to support your pre-existing activist structure, because this body sometimes eats the other things. It's important that this is one element of a healthy conversation with migrants and a healthy society. It is not the migrants platform. And on that point, the Migrants Advisory Council can increase competition between NGOs and organizations like those that Zuzana listed as they jockey for power and position in the migrant hierarchy and access to the state power of the receiving community via this advisory council. Any such body should come with a local effort to support cooperation and friendship, not competition between migrant NGOs. Thank you. There's so much more. I'd be glad to talk to anyone who wants to do this about our experiences, and yeah, good luck.
Ďakujeme veľmi pekne, Zachary. Ďakujeme veľmi pekne za toto zhodnotenie aj za takú reflexiu toho, že nie vždy všetko všade.
Thank you very much for your evaluation, for your input, Zachary, because we know that many different places face challenges. Zachary and his experience will form part of our guidebook as examples of a good practice. So this will form part. This will be included with other conclusions from our project. Then we will move on with Sabina S. from the Swedish city of Östersund. She works with foreigners and she will present us a different participative approach when working with foreigners, and she is going to talk to us about the creation of integration services. Sabina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Just the question, would you still want me to do the 10 minutes or should I try to shorten it?
Ak by bolo možné to skrátiť.
If it's possible to shorten it a little bit, that would be great, but the maximum could be 10 minutes, if it's possible.
I'll do my best. Thank you. My name is Sabina S. I live and work in the city of Östersund in Sweden. I'm a qualified social worker and I've worked directly with migrants here in Östersund for about 10 years. Today, I work for the local parish of Östersund for the Church of Sweden. And previously, I've worked for the municipality and one of my roles was that I was a part of our management team concerning integration services. So I would like to give some context to my city of Östersund. We have a population of about 60,000 inhabitants, and we're located approximately halfway up the country. It takes us 7 hours by car to go to our capital of Stockholm, and our nearest neighboring city is Sundsvall, which is 200 kilometers away. So we're located in this vast land of forests and mountains, which entails many challenges, and one of these is depopulation, where many young people choose to leave our area and move to the south of Sweden and our bigger cities. So therefore, our city and all the municipalities surrounding it are doing different kind of efforts trying to increase the population and moreover to make people actually want to stay. So through this, integration has been a part of our growth strategy for many years now, and we want people to move to our side of the country and we want them to stay here living and working. So some of the services and support given to migrants in our community are regulated by national laws and policies. So for instance, migrants who's been granted residence permits because of refugee status are offered a 2-year establishment plan, which includes education in the Swedish language, in society, and also in support in accessing the labor market. The participation of these activities are necessary for those who wish to receive governmental benefits. But this education is also open to all foreigners, even though not everyone are eligible for the state benefits. So another regulated services is that the municipalities are to provide housing support during this 2-year establishment plan. And the regulated services are locally performed by different authorities at governmental or municipality level. The way municipal responsibilities are performed varies due to municipal autonomy. And as I mentioned previously, in Östersund, we have the perspective of integration being a part of our growth strategy. So how we've come to organize and perform these services can differ from a municipality that might regard it more as a humanitarian aid. In practice, this means that the support we give regarding housing, for example, often means that we give them a permanent accommodation right from the start. We want them to stay in our community also when their 2-year establishment plan is over. And we also make efforts in providing a personal contact between the migrant and the municipality. A core unit in this is our municipal integration services, which is a team of employees that both work with the mandatory services regulated by law, but also several missions independently decided upon the municipality and a lot of collaboration with civil society. They work closely with the migrants as well as they work on policy making. However, since integration is included in the growth strategy, the overall mission neither it starts nor it ends there. I think it was Gregory who was talking previously on the importance that this kind of effort goes into all levels in a municipal. Together we're trying to work on how to reach the different targets, which also involves a lot of collaboration and internally within the city and the municipal, and externally with other actors such as civil society, something that Zach was mentioning as well, the importance of. One area where there are exciting methods being explored just now as we speak is models used for civic participation, where migrants is a part of several of our city's target groups. So in Sweden, we have a tradition of participating in society through different associations, whether it's sports or culture or politics. Authorities also have a tradition on asking about people's experiences and needs through different kind of questionnaires. But through investigations, many municipalities and the government and also our city has learned that they want to become better at understanding the needs of citizens, and also to explore how to connect needs with the opportunities to improve. So the city itself can't solve all the needs that the citizens have and that the society have, but rather how can the city create space for different parts of the society to actually meet and discuss together and to create progress together. So rather than just, handing over a list for the authorities that we need this and this and this done, how can the authorities create spaces where different citizens can discuss these needs and see, okay, so I can do this, who can help me on this? And, it leads to a company who can do this or an association who can do that. And the municipal is just, holding the threads, okay? For a couple of years now in our city, we've tried out something that they call civic dialogue, which concerns different areas. And at the moment, there's a civic dialogue performed in a specific neighborhood that we have, where especially youth have felt excluded from society. It's also a neighborhood where there's many migrants who live. And practically representatives from the municipality and other actors, they go there and they go to different places. They go to the town square and they go to the supermarket, they can go to the school and they start talking to people. They want to talk to people who live there and listen to their needs and their experiences. And from there can be different outcomes, and this would just be the start. So the goal would be to create these areas where needs and ways to improve can meet and talk directly. And the purpose of this is to increase the trust in our democracy. And I think that where efforts made of migrants' participation, it's performed at many different levels, but it's important not to let bureaucracy be an obstacle, which is often the case, at least in Sweden. So we need to find ways to interact and to talk to each other, and also to pay respect to that conversation and to pay respect to that dialogue by taking the actual content further and not letting it stop with just a conversation. Thank you.
Za tento skvelý príspevok do diskusie.
Thank you very much for your input. So this would be the end of our panel on participation of foreigners, and this is the conclusion of the first day of the conference. Thank you very much to all the people, all the participants, and the time is up, but we haven't covered all the topics, certainly, so there would be a lot to discuss. We have received also some very interesting questions at this panel. Unfortunately, we do not have time to answer them here and now, but we've decided to collect the question for the 2 days, and we will try to answer them subsequently, and we will post them on our website or Facebook page, so certainly you will have access to the answers. I would like to thank you all for being with us here today. I would also like to thank all the speakers for finding time in their schedule to join us and to share their expertise and experience and their point of view on the topics which we covered today at the conference. I would also like to thank the technical staff which allowed us to, or enabled us to have such an online format. We wouldn't be certainly able to do it on our own, so thank you very much. We are looking forward to see you tomorrow. We'll start again at 9:30. Tomorrow we will focus on communication, the communication of migration to the outside, how the municipalities could communicate, and on the other hand, the communication with the foreigners and providing information. So this is the area which is underestimated. We have a very interesting tests. We will have interesting conversations and discussions. So join us tomorrow. We'll be looking forward to you, and we wish you nice evening, and thank you very much. See you tomorrow.